A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, our Miss Brooks. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, most of us spent Christmas Eve with our families and friends. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, wasn't quite so fortunate.
No, my family was too far away to visit, and it seems my friends had other plans. But I made up my mind not to brood about it, and was trimming a rather tiny tree in our living room when my landlady, Mrs. Davis, joined me.
What a nice tree, Connie.
It isn't really, Mrs. Davis, but it's the only one I could afford.
Oh, what did you pay for it?
I found it in a vacant lot. What I like about it is the size. It's not too big or too small. It's just too small.
I'd like to stay here and celebrate Christmas Eve with you, Connie, but I promised my sister Angela I'd come over to her place. You remember Angela, the absent-minded one?
Oh, certainly, Mrs. Davis.
She always got a big thrill out of the holidays, even when we were girls. Of course, the poor dear could never remember when it was actually Christmas, and one Christmas morning, she did the funniest thing.
What's that, Mrs. Davis?
What's what, dear?
What did Angela do?
Angela?
Your sister.
My sister?
The absent-minded one. What did she do?
I haven't spoken to Angela in some time. What has she been up to?
That's what I'd like to know. Maybe I can refresh your memory. Christmas morning, Angela did the funniest thing.
Christmas morning isn't until tomorrow, Connie. You must be confused.
Well, don't worry about it. I only get these spells once in a while.
Well, you shouldn't let it go, Connie. If you don't mind my offering a little advice, I'd like to suggest that you train your mind to concentrate more.
I'll do it, Mrs. Davis.
Now, I've developed a little scheme which works wonders for me. Supposing you have trouble remembering where you put things around the house. Well, you just keep repeating the location to yourself with a sort of rhythm. For example, I just chant to myself, the mustard's in the closet, the bread is in the box. The mustard's in the closet, the bread is in the box. The mustard's in the closet, the bread is in the box. Now, isn't that simple?
Oh.
Mustard's in the closet, bread is in the box.
That's wonderful, Mrs. Davis. If anybody wants a mustard sandwich, you're really ready.
Yes. Now, before I do anything else, I want to invite you to join me tonight.
Join you?
Yes, dear. I'm going over to
Angela's house?
That's right. She's so cute with that little absent mind of hers. Why, sometimes she forgets what she's talking about right in the middle of a sentence. And, oh, dear me, I hope that cat's got enough milk.
Well, I'm sure if we, but then, maybe someday, or if it doesn't seem to, and that's why I can't join you tonight. Thanks anyway, Mrs. Davis. I'll just spend a quiet evening at home here.
But how about Mr. Boynton? Don't tell me he was too shy to ask you for a date on Christmas Eve.
Why do you think there's mistletoe on all four walls? No, Mr. Boynton asked me all right, but then he canceled yesterday. Said he's going upstate to visit his folks for a couple of days. But don't worry about me, Mrs. Davis. I'll have a gay time. I'll listen to the radio, read, and from this window I can see our neighbor's television antenna.
But what about the little gifts you've got for Walter Denton and Mr. and Mrs. Conklin and Harriet? When are you going to deliver them?
Oh, they told me not to bother. They said we'd exchange on the 26th.
The 26th? But I don't think the day after Christmas is the time to exchange gifts.
You don't? You should see the department stores. What's What's that, Mrs. Davis?
It's Minerva. Where are you, dear?
Oh, she's over by the tree. Here, Rover. Minerva.
Isn't it the strangest thing how she bites at the pine needles? I guess the rosin in them appeals to her. I'd swear she likes the taste of it.
I guess to her it's like a Tom and Jerry, or rather a Minnie and Mickey. Come on, Minerva, come on over here. We might as well get friendly. We're going to spend the evening together.
Well, I'll be running along now, dear. I hope you won't feel too lonely.
Oh, I'll be fine, Mrs. Davis. After all, I do have an imagination. I'll hang my stocking up in a little while, and then when I'm pretending that I'm asleep, I'll sneak in and fill it. Oh, before you know it, it'll be midnight.
Midnight of Christmas Eve.
I can just picture it. A short, thin man in a black suit comes sliding down the chimney with an empty bag. St. Penniless, the schoolteacher's Santa Claus.
Well, at least you're not bitter. Now, Connie, about my sister,
Angela?
Oh, thank you, dear. About my sister Angela.
Yes?
Good night, Dorothy.
Good night, Bernice. Oh, stop drinking those pine needles, Minerva. Come on over here. There's a good kitty. Now I'll just settle down in Mrs. Davis's rocker, and we'll have ourselves a nice, quiet rock. I've got to exercise more. My bones are rusting. Oh, it's the rocker. Kind of soothing at that. You seem contented enough, Minerva. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Oops, sorry, Minerva. I didn't mean to upset you, Minerva. Oh, gosh, I'm sleepy. Now, who can that be? Expecting anyone, Minerva? That's funny. There's nobody here.
I'm here.
Where? Oh, leaning on my knee. What can I do?
Well, I'm a salesman, but I don't believe in giving any sales talk or sob stories. All I do is tell you what I'm selling. And if you want to buy, okay. If not, okay.
Okay, what are you selling?
Well, it's Christmas Eve, and I'm just a small urchin, a little on the underprivileged side. And I'm trying to make a few dollars to get some wood to heat our tiny apartment so that while she's singing to my 3 sick sisters, my mother's lips don't turn blue.
That's what I like, no sob stories. If you're selling handkerchiefs, I'll take 6.
Oh, no, ma'am, I'm selling Christmas trees. It's only $1 a piece.
But I've already got a Christmas tree.
Then I'll make it 50 cents.
But I don't need
How about a quarter?
Look, little boy.
Well, payments can be arranged. Oh, please take one, ma'am. These aren't ordinary trees, you know. They're magic.
Magic?
Yes, ma'am. You'd be surprised what miracles will happen to you if you buy one.
Well, a quarter isn't too much to pay for a miracle.
It's 50 cents.
I thought you said 25.
That's when you sounded tougher to sell.
Oh. Well, before I melt down to my cold buttons and the stovepipe hat, here's 50 cents.
You won't be sorry, ma'am. Here's the little tree.
Say, it is kind of cute at that. Would you like to come in and help me set it up?
I can't. I've got to get right home. My sitter's been alone long enough.
Sitter? Well, what about your mother and the firewood?
Well, that's just a routine. My folks are attending a dinner the other bank presidents have given for Father.
With the pitch you've got, you'll have your own bank by the time you're 12.
Thanks a lot. And good night, lady, and Merry Christmas.
Same to you, you little underprivileged millionaire. Oh, I'll put this tree over here. Maybe we can find some extra trimmings for it in the morning. Minerva, will you stop gnawing on those pine needles? I wish I knew what made them so appetizing to her. Oh, fine. Now you come over here and let those things alone. There we are. Well, I guess I'm not the only one that's spending Christmas Eve alone without family or friends. But who can tell? Maybe Santa Claus has something up his big red sleeve that I don't even know about yet. Of course, I do have a squeaky rocker and Minerva. Jingle bells, and merry stuff like that. Oh, what fun it is to rock with a big, fat, drunken cat. As I sat in the living room Christmas Eve with Minerva the cat on my lap, I couldn't help noticing that the tree which I'd bought from that wealthy urchin had a rather peculiar luminosity. Although there wasn't any artificial illumination, it seemed to glow from deep down in its branches. As I rocked back and forth, I started to get very drowsy. Little boy said this tree was magic, Minerva. No, I don't believe it either. Still, it is Christmas Eve, and some very strange things have happened on Christmas Eve. What's that? Oh, I must have been dozing. Coming! Well, it's Walter Denton. Come in, Walter.
Noel, joyeux Noel.
Gracias. Come on into the living room, Walter.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. Here, I brought you this little gift to put under your tree.
Oh, that was very thoughtful, Walter. Put it under this tree over here.
Okay. Say, you've got 2 trees, haven't you?
Yes, one for Minerva and one for me.
What?
Don't pay any attention to her. She's pine needle happy.
Well, Miss Brooks, as you know, I was supposed to spend the evening nestled snugly in the tight little confines of my own small immediate family circle.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, come out of there. You're giving me claustrophobia.
But I went to my father and mother and crowed their permission to come over.
Wait a minute, Walter. You crove their permission to...
Yeah. Craven, crove, isn't it?
Oh, Walter, of course not. Crave. Let's see. Craven. After you crove their permission, what happened?
Well, they waived my presence for a long enough while for me to deliver to you, Miss Brooks, the little token of my esteem and affection, which is now ensconcing under the tree.
Walter, are you still in my English class?
Well, sure, Miss Brooks.
Well, I'd better bone up a little. One of us is going to flunk this term.
Well, it isn't just the gift, Miss Brooks. That's not the only thing that brought me wayfaring from the warmth and conviviality of my own heart.
Oh, please don't start that again. I'm glad you dropped over, Walter. And if you want to spend the rest of the evening with your folks,
why you no rush with them. They've got my present under our tree already. Now, what I'd like to say, Miss Brooks, though, is something I've wanted to say for a long while.
Yes, Walter?
Now, it's a little on the sentimental side, perhaps, for a so-called hep high school boy to be telling a teacher, but it's sincere, Miss Brooks.
I'm sure it is.
It's something I feel deep down inside of me, Miss Brooks, from whence so many of one's warmer emotions stem.
That's whence they stem from, all right.
Of course, even if it does seem over-sentimental or even downright sticky, Christmas Eve seems to be the time that you can say things like this and not sound over-sentimental or sticky.
Christmas Eve is the time to say them. I just hope I hear them by New Year's Eve.
What I want you to know, Miss Brooks, is that I'm grateful.
For what, Walter?
For my association with you during the past semester at Madison High School.
Well, thank you, Walter. I've tried to be a capable teacher.
Oh, your teaching was nothing.
What?
Oh, I don't mean scholastically. No, as a teacher, you were very adequate. I mean personally. The interest you took in me and my problems. For that, I could never thank you if I lived to be 100. Of course, you'd be gone a long time by then.
Merry Christmas to you, too.
You don't know what it's meant to me to have your ear whenever I needed it.
Oh, it was nothing, really. I have another one.
Especially about girls. Gosh, you remember how silly I used to act about girls? Every time one of them looked at me, I giggled like a kid. And then, overnight, I matured. I met the one woman who really mattered. Harriet Conklin.
She certainly made something out of you, Walter. I don't know what, but something.
You saw me through the difficult transition period of that amour as well, while Harriet and I were adjusting to one another. It was wonderful to be able to come down to you for advice, Miss Brooks. It isn't every boy who has such an interest taken in him by some intelligent, elderly person.
Give me back my ear. I can't hear you.
Not that you're ancient or anything. Gosh, I've seen girls who don't look as good as you do.
Girls? What do you think I am? Shut up, Minerva.
By the way, Miss Brooks, I see you got lots of mistletoe on the walls. Were you expecting Mr. Boynton tonight?
Yes, Walter, I was. We were going for a wheelchair ride together. He had to visit his folks upstate.
His folks? Gosh, they must be well along in years.
His father's over 50. They may shoot him next spring. Look, Walter, while you're here, you might as well pick up the little gift I got for you.
Oh, but Miss Brooks, you shouldn't have. Where is it?
Under the tree on your right. It isn't much, just a remembrance.
Oh, gee, I almost forgot. I can't open it yet.
Why not? Oh, you mean you want to put it under your tree at home and open it with your family?
Oh, not exactly, but... Well, I'll get it later, Miss Brooks. Oh, there they are now. I'll answer it.
There who are now?
Come on in, folks. She was all alone when I got here.
But it's really a surprise, isn't it?
We should have stayed home Christmas Eve. Besides, it's freezing out.
Now, Osgood, don't be so grouchy. Hello, Miss Brooks. Merry Christmas.
Why, it's Mr. and Mrs. Conklin. And Harriet, how are you all?
I'm cold.
Oh, that's too bad. Come here, Minerva. Rub up against Mr. Conklin.
What's that? What did you... Go away, cat.
Why, she seems to like you, Osgood. Or is she hungry, Miss Brooks?
She's not that hungry.
I don't like cats. Why doesn't she go chase a mouse or something?
You forget, Mr. Conklin, this is Christmas Eve. There isn't one stirring.
Say, Harriet.
Yes, Walter?
There's a lot of mistletoe around this room.
I know. It's real pretty.
Osgood, notice all the mistletoe in this room?
What? Oh, that green stuff. More often than not, it makes me sneeze.
Oh, come on, Osgood. Let's see if it does.
Oh, now, Martha, don't embarrass me so.
It doesn't make you sneeze, does it, Harriet?
I'm willing to find out. Here's a nice wreath of it on this wall.
Yeah. Well, here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
May I, Mr. and Mrs. Conklin?
If it's all right with Harriet, it's all right with us.
Oh, come on, Walter. We're getting old.
Gosh, you're sweet, Harriet.
Oh, isn't that cute, Osgood? Come here, dear. How about one for your faithful old wife?
Well, it is customary, I guess. I'm under the stuff.
Now, pucker up, dear.
Very well. Yeah. You see, I told you. Now, let's stop this romantic drivel and act like adult human beings. Miss Brooks, I'd like to take advantage of this visit to inquire as to your plans for the coming year's classwork. Do you have your schedule all laid out?
Well, frankly, Mr. Conklin, I haven't had much chance to work on anything.
Haven't had much of a chance, but you've been away from school all week. Your vacation started last Monday.
I know, Mr. Conklin, and that's what I took the week as. I mean, a vacation is something you go on when you get the opportunity to. You don't work on it or during it, unless, even though I didn't actually go anywhere, when my vacation came along, I went on it, or was on one, usually.
And you wanted to be the head of the English department.
Please, Osgood, this is no time to talk of school affairs. We're here to spend part of our holiday with Miss Brooks.
It was very nice of you to think about me, Mrs. Conklin. It was nice of all of you. Where are Walter and Harriet?
Denton, get my daughter away from that mistletoe at once.
But, Mr. Conklin, Harriet isn't allergic to mistletoe.
No, but I'm allergic to you.
Harriet's almost irresistible sometimes, especially alongside of older women like Mrs. Conklin and Miss Brooks.
Saved by the bell. I'll get it. Why, Mr. Boynton, come in.
Oh, thanks, Miss Brooks.
I thought you were going upstate to see your folks.
Well, I was, but they sent me a wire that they wanted to come down here for a week or so. They'll arrive in the morning, so I thought I'd drop this little gift off for you tonight.
Oh, but you shouldn't have. Where is it? Let's just put it under the tree in the living room. Look who's here, everybody.
Well, it's Mr. Boynton.
Hi there, Mr. B.
This is nice.
Hello, Boynton.
Hello, folks.
This is beginning to get more like Christmas Eve every minute. Sit down, Mr. Boynton. I'm certainly glad your folks decided to visit you instead of vice versa.
Oh, so am I. There's a particularly good reason why I'm glad.
There is?
Well, yes. It gives me a chance to see how my guinea pigs are affected by this cold snap. So far, they haven't reacted at all.
What do you expect them to do, blow on their paws?
Miss Brooks, have you pointed out the mistletoe to Mr. Boynton?
Oh, why don't you stop that nonsense, Martha?
It isn't nonsense. Mr. Boynton, look at the mistletoe.
Mistletoe? Oh, yes. A very interesting example of the flora found in various areas throughout the globe. An evergreen parasitic shrub, it is indigenous to the regions where apple trees and oaks abound.
Now that the lecture is over, may we ask questions?
Well, certainly, Miss Brooks.
Want to stand under it?
Stand under it? Well, you see, because of certain characteristics in its makeup, an allergy is sometimes aggravated by its presence.
I'll take a chance if you will.
Come on, Mr. Boynton.
Yeah, come on, Mr. Boynton.
Just bring him over to this wall here.
I'll get under it if you like.
Well, don't just stand there. Can't you see Miss Brooks is cooking?
Well, don't fuss for me. I couldn't eat a thing.
Mr. Boynton, don't you know what standing under the mistletoe signifies?
I know what it signifies to most people, but to me it's to...
Well, there goes 85 cents worth of mistletoe.
Hey, I know what let's do. Let's open up the presents right now.
Swell. A splendid suggestion, Walter.
Shouldn't we wait until just before we leave? Might be less embarrassing that way.
Well, if you want to open them now,
Golly, this one tree is pretty crowded. I'll put some of these packages under this little one over here.
Look out, Walter. You're bumping into one of the branches. Look out.
Gosh, I got the funniest feeling when I touched that branch.
What kind of a feeling, Walter?
Well, you're Harriet Conklin, aren't you?
Well, sure, I'm Harriet Conklin. Walter, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Nothing's the matter with me. It's just that I want to tell you something. Harriet, you've got to change. You ought to try to be more like Miss Brooks.
What do you mean, Walter?
If you want me to stay interested in you, you've got to be more alluring, youthful, glamorous, feminine in that real feline Brooks way.
Walter, have you been drinking pine needles, too?
Look at that tree. It seems to be glowing.
What do you mean, glowing? Just a reflection from the streetlights. This party is giving me the memes. Holidays, indeed. Here, I'll just move the tree where it won't glisten in our eyes. There we go. Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
I'm Mr. Conklin.
Of course I'm Mr. Conklin. happy-go-lucky, fun-loving, gag-a-minute Osgood.
Gag-a-minute Osgood?
Sometimes I've wanted to.
Miss Brooks, is that really you standing there?
I think so, Mr. Conklin. Why do you ask?
Because you suddenly look so different, so intelligent. Miss Brooks, I've made up my mind. You are now head of the Madison High English Department.
Well, thank you, fun-loving Osgood.
I'm going to put this wonderful tree where it belongs, right in the center of the room. Give me a hand, Boynton.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Conklin. I'll just take this hand here and... Miss Brooks.
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
Come here, baby.
What?
I said, come here, Connie.
You did not. You said, come here, baby, and I'm here.
Look, he's taking her over to the mistletoe.
Isn't it wonderful? Well, what are you going to do, Mr. Boynton?
Just call me Phil, Connie. And this is what I'm going to do. Connie, how does that make you feel?
Oh, I feel like I'm in a dream, Philip. A wonderful, beautiful dream. Well, what's that? Mr. Boynton, where did you go? Where is everybody? Oh, I must have been dreaming. Well, that's real enough. I'll be right there. Oh, sorry, Minerva. I didn't mean to drop you.
I'm cold.
Why, it's the Conklins and Walter and Mr. Boynton. But you all just left. Come in.
We thought it would be nice if we spent our Christmas Eve together, Miss Brooks.
Yes, and we've brought a few little gifts over for you.
I'll just put them under this tree here.
Yes, do that, Walter.
Aren't you going to ask me why I didn't go upstate, Miss Brooks?
I know why, Mr. Boynton. Your folks are coming down to see you.
Well, how did you know about that? I just got the telegram.
Don't let's get too carried away with the holidays to prepare for the hard school season ahead, Miss Brooks.
Oh, let's not talk about school affairs now, Osgood.
Walter, look at the mistletoe.
Yeah, look at it.
Now, just a minute, before we go through all that again. Would you please touch that tree, Mr. Boynton? The one on the left with the... Why, it's gone. There's only one tree.
Miss Brooks, are you all right?
Of course I'm all right. Could I have dreamt that part, too? Mr. Boynton, would you do me a favor, please?
Of course, Miss Brooks. What is it?
Would you touch the Christmas tree?
Touch it?
Please, it's important.
Oh, all right. There.
Nothing happened.
What did you expect would happen?
A miracle. Oh, excuse me, I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm a little urchin, and I'm selling magic Christmas trees.
But you just...
Please buy one, lady. They only cost 50 cents apiece.
50 cents?
That's right.
Here's $2. Give me 4 of them.
Once again, here is Eve Arden.
All over the studio here, there are happy signs of Christmas. Bits of red and green, holly, and some imaginative person even hung some mistletoe in the control room. Must remember to drop in there after the show. But the Christmas spirit is even more evident in the faces of our cast. Together with our sponsor, the Colgate Palm Olive Peat Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream, Luster Cream Shampoo, and Palm Olive Shaving Creams, we join in wishing you a Merry Christmas. Yes, Jeff Chandler and Gail Gordon, Jane Morgan, Virginia Gordon, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Jeffrey Silver, our writer-director Al Lewis, and our producer Larry Burns, our conductor Wilbur Hatch, and all the others on the Our Miss Brooks show. And we're gathered here to say, May this be the most joyous of the holidays for all of you.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burly blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel, leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Next Tuesday in some communities, this program will be heard 1 hour earlier because of daylight saving time. Check your local newspapers. Red Skelton is brought to you by the makers of Raleigh cigarettes. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Cigarette program starring Red Skelton, Dave Rose and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. From Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, we present the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Ladies and gentlemen, hiya, Rod.
Hiya, Red. Say, this is National Newsboy Week, and we have as honored guest tonight newsboys representing the 32 papers in this district.
That's right. These fellows here tonight competed in a contest to see who rated the highest average in sales, and the boys with the highest mark got a special prize.
And these newsboys got to come to the Red Skelton broadcast.
No, they got the booby prize.
You know, being a newsboy is a great profession, Red. Many of our national figures got their start that way.
Yeah, I'll never forget my corner. I used to stand and yell, extra, extra. They always yelled, extra, extra. Of course, I charged 6 cents for a paper. Anyhow, I had a racket selling papers. I used to stand on the corner and yell, read all about it. 29 people swindled. Read all about it. Guy'd buy a paper, and he'd read it, and he'd look through it, and he'd say, I don't see anything about 29 people swindled. I said, I know. Read all about it. 30 people swindled. Making notes down there.
You know, I had a paper out when I was a kid.
Yeah, me too, you know. Oh, many's the time I couldn't deliver the paper, and my mother would deliver it for me, you know. That's where they got the old saying, does your mother know your route? I'm proud of that. That ain't in here. Well, anyhow, Mother would get on my bicycle, and
Well, go ahead.
Well, I'm lost, and I can't remember the name. All right, she couldn't write it anyhow. Go ahead.
Well, the newsboys certainly render a great service to our nation.
You said it. If it weren't for that morning paper delivered, why, this country's divorce rate would double.
Well, how do you figure?
Well, a fella gets up in the morning, he's got his paper there at the breakfast table. Without it, he'd just have to sit there and look at his wife. And the way some of the women look at the breakfast table, I tell you, well, it's ABC. Figured out.
Well, all kidding aside, I think any boy who delivers the newspapers realizes the true meaning of freedom.
You said it, brother, and Winchell didn't do bad with it the other night either. You know, free opinion is really a wonderful thing. For example, this morning I read each of the 32 newspapers that these young men represent, and each paper agreed on one thing.
What was that, Red?
Today is September the 30th. And now, Anita Ellis, what are you going to sing, honey?
Body and Soul.
My heart is sad and lonely. For you I sigh, for you, dear, only. Why haven't you seen it? I'm all for you, body and soul. I spend my days in longing and wondering why it's me you're wronging. I tell you I mean it. I'm all for you, body and soul. I can't believe it. It's hard to conceive it that you turn away romance. Are you pretending it looks like the ending? Unless I could have one more chance to prove you my life a wreck you're making. You know I'm yours for just the taking. I'll gladly surrender myself to you. Body and
Thank you very much, Anita. That was really wonderful. And now, ladies and gentlemen, so I can pay Ben Rubin, the grocer, tomorrow, will you listen for just a couple of seconds, please?
Listen! That sound of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Raleigh 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Yes, it's moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars present in all fine tobaccos. That's why a jury of 14 distinguished doctors agrees no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat irritants than the new, richer yet milder Raleigh 903.
Yes, Raleigh 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process to cut down throat irritants. That's why Raleigh 903 brings you rich, full flavor, yet is milder to smoke.
Smokers follow the lead of lovely Linda Darnell, starring in Forever Amber, a 20th Century Fox Technicolor production. Miss Darnell says, quote, I chose Raleigh 903 because it's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Raleigh 903 is richer, better tasting, yet it's smoother, milder too, unquote. You'll agree with Linda Darnell when you smoke the new Raleigh 903. Remember, it's moisturized to cut down throat irritants.
The Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, Volume 3. You can take 5. I think they're awake again now. And now, Chapter 3 of radio's first nighttime serial, The Life of a Fireman. This one's entitled Fire Prevention.
I'm over you, buddy, and soon. Yes, sir. Pick that up from Guy Lombardi. Yes, sir, boy, here I am, nature's gift to mankind. Only thing, they ain't take the wrappings off yet. Well, sir, here it is, the last day of September, and tomorrow will be the 1st of October. That's quite a coinkydinky. I remember the same thing happened last year. Yeah, what do you want, Ma?
Well, come here. I don't want the whole neighborhood to know our business.
Oh. Coming, Mater. What do you want, Ma?
Clem, did you go down and see about that dog catcher's job?
I sure did.
Well, what happened?
They locked me up with a mongrel.
Clem, how stupid can you get?
I don't know. I ain't really put my mind to it yet. What do you want to see me about, Mother?
Well, look it. A man was here. Listen, Clem.
Yeah.
A man was here from the fire department yesterday. He says this house is a fire hazard and all the trash has got to go.
He said all the trash has to go?
Yes.
Does that mean that Pater will be leaving?
Well, he said slums was caused by laziness.
Yeah, well, of all the insulting things.
That's just what I told him. I ain't been so insulted since the day you was born.
Boy, I'll bet that made him mad.
Well, it didn't show if it did. I also told him that it's not my fault we live in such a rubbish heap. It's because I've got such a lazy, no good, stupid son.
Oh, you didn't tell him that.
I most certainly did.
Well, you might give the folks the wrong impression of me, you know. They might think you're kidding and you're not.
Clean up a little around here.
Okay, I'll start by picking up this bit of string here on the ground. It's resisting me.
Clem, that string is your own shoelace.
Must be a raveling from my long underwear, 'cause I ain't wearing any shoes. Hey, look, here comes a red automobile. Well, how gaudy can people get, anyhow?
Oh, that's a fire truck.
Well?
That's what they use to go to blazes. It's used to go to blazes. Go to blazes.
It's a fine way for a mother to talk to her son. I figured I could make something out of that. Howdy doody.
Howdy. Are you Mr. Fiddle Chopper?
The name ain't Fiddle Chopper, it's Cadiddle Hopper.
How do you spell Cadiddle Hopper? How do you spell Cadiddle Hopper?
Hey, Fiddle Chopper ain't a bad name at that, is it? You can call me Smitty if you want to, you know. What do you want, neighbor?
Well, I'm here to give you a final warning about these fire hazards.
Yeah?
There's really no excuse for it except plain laziness and carelessness. Now, you aren't lazy.
You want to bet? Don't be too sure. This just happens to be my day to stand up.
You know, Clem, if I didn't see you, I wouldn't believe you.
Well, I've looked in the mirror and I ain't convinced myself.
Look, Clem, I'm going to leave this pamphlet about fire prevention with you, and I want you to digest every word of it.
Well, I'll try. Food's so high, I'll eat anything now.
I want you to read it. Maybe it'll smarten you up on fire prevention.
Me read this pamphlet here?
That's right.
You want me to read it, huh?
That's right.
You sure you got the right house? Look, I know how to take precautions. When I build a fire in a fireplace, I always put newspapers down to keep the sparks from going on the rug. Sure, boy. And I never throw a lighted cigarette away. I swallow it.
Doesn't that make you awfully sick?
It helps.
You have your incinerator a safe distance from the house.
Well, of course. You think I'm stupid? Don't have an incinerator right up here with the house. Got it out there next to the garage, see?
Yes, the garage.
Yeah.
Well, don't burn anything in the incinerator until you move it away from the garage.
Well, I already burned some stuff this morning, some incidentals like kerosene rags and some old .22 caliber bullets.
Good heavens. What happened? What happened?
Well, should I know? I've been too busy building a new garage.
Clem, what's in those cans over there?
Well, one of them cans has got kerosene in it, and the other one's got gasoline in it for the tractor.
How do you know which is which?
Well, it's very simple. I just pour one of them into the tractor, and then I take a swig out of the other one. And if the tractor don't go, boy, you ought to see me plow up that 40 acres.
Mrs. Cadiddlehopper, what kind of a stove do you cook on?
Well, we've got a gas stove, but it's not too good. Every time I cook on it, the flames shoot out and send some of my hair off.
Yeah, about 3 more pork chops, and we're going to start calling her Mount Baldy. That's too fast for a mole. He didn't get it.
The gas was leaking awful bad, but my boy Clem fixed that.
Yep, I fixed it. There's not a sign of gas now.
How'd you do it?
Didn't pay the bill.
Well, as a public servant, I want to give you a little advice.
Oh?
You should check everything that endangers your life as well as community property.
Oh?
And above all, clean up the trash in this yard. It only takes a few minutes to be neat.
Well, you know, now that makes sense. There's no sense to it for slums and stuff like that. And I'm one of the guys that's causing it. I'll have this stuff cleaned up in no time.
Oh, thanks, Clem. Your neighbors will appreciate it, too. Clem, if you're going to burn anything in the yard, no matter what it is, be sure and connect up your garden hose. Or have a bucket of water handy, just in case.
Okay. Well, now to clean up around here. Oh, this is the way. We sweep the yard, sweep the yard, sweep the yard. Well, let's see. What's the worst piece of rubbish laying around here? Well, let's see. I'll have to forget that. I won't fit in that incinerator. Boy, you give them writers a raise and they'll buy a dictionary every time. Well, I'll just start here by tearing down this old awning. I'll just rip it down. Well, now, I don't know whether that was my overalls or the awning. Well, either way, it got kind of cooler all of a sudden.
Listen. That sound of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Yes, it's moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars present in all fine tobaccos. That's why a jury of 14 distinguished doctors agrees no other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants than the new, richer, yet milder Rolly 903.
Yes, this new Rolly 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process to cut down throat irritants. That's why Rolly 903 brings you rich, full flavor, yet it's milder to smoke.
Get the new Rolly 903. You'll see the number 903 on the package. Remember, it's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. So smoke the new, richer, yet milder Rolly 903.
And now Dave Rose and his orchestra play his arrangement of Humorous from the motion picture Joan Crawford.
in the scrapbook is entitled The Babysitter. Topsy-turvy, Toad. Mummy. Namor. Are you here? Yoo-hoo, you stinker's home. Well, here I is, all alone. We know what that means, don't we? Well, oh, look, the telephone. Mummy and Namo says not to talk on it, you know. But how would they know? Maybe they have the wires tapped. Then again, maybe they don't have them. Then again, maybe they does. Then again, I don't know why I'm so concerned about it. I'm going to do it anyhow. Oh, boy, I wonder who I'll trap this time. I think I'll call up the Hollywood Bowl and ask them if they need any pin boys over there. We can pull. Inner's the heavy.
So, you've been talking on that telephone again.
Well, what makes you think I had?
What's that you're holding in your hand?
Me bubble gum.
The other hand.
Well, what do you know? The telephone. Now, who stuck that thing in me hand when I wasn't listening?
You come into my room where I can keep an eye on you.
Okay. Oh, boy, you should have been with me. I was down the street and I was playing out there, and Skip fell in a mud puddle. Of course, I helped him alone.
Here now, sit down. Just sit down while I put my makeup on.
Okay. You know, I like the way you get yourself all pretty.
Do you?
What you putting that grease on your face for? Does it squeak?
I'm cleaning my face with cold cream.
Well, why don't you wash it?
I do wash, but this keeps the wrinkles away.
That's just supposed to keep the wrinkles away?
Yes.
I got news for you, kiddo. You had better go down to the corner store and get W money back.
Well, anyway, it keeps the crow's feet away from my eyes.
Yeah, it might keep the crow's feet away from your eyes, but it don't do much for that pelican's beak under your chin.
Now, you're going to get it.
Don't you touch me. Don't you hit. You lay a mid on me, I tell.
You tell what?
Oh, I know all about you, kiddo. You just as much as touch me with your little pinky, that's all. Just go ahead. Boy, I will tell on you. I tell everybody that you used to be the sword swallower with a sideshow.
Why, I was no such thing.
Oh, no. Hey, Bernie, you want another sword?
No, give me a table knife. I'm on a diet. I'm going to tell your mother on you.
Yeah, you'll have to crawl under the bed to get me, no. Hey, no, you won't tell her either because you're too sweet for that. You're too kind because you know she gets me a spanking, and you're just a sweet old orchid gatherer. You wouldn't do the thing like that.
Oh, well, then, just behave.
Okay. They sure fall for that muffled Duffy, don't they? Hey, what you getting all dressed up for? Where are you going?
To a gin rummy party with your mother, and I dread it.
Well, if you don't want to go, why don't you let Grandpa go?
Oh, he can't play gin.
Well, let him take it some other way. Who's going to take care of me?
The babysitter.
You mean that big fat girl that lives in our icebox? Boy, what a racket she's got. All she does for 50 cents an hour is to put me to bed and then go down and raid the icebox, you know. And she sits around reading them mushy love stories all the time. Don't bring good literature, you know, like Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers and such like that. The mushy love stories she brings. And then once in a while she gets to reading real interested like that and she jumps up in the air and screams, you know.
Well, what does she scream about?
The hot foot I give her.
I thought she put you to bed.
Yeah, so did she. Hey, why don't you stay with me, Namo? I don't like her. I only like her just half. I mean, half I like her and half I don't. But the half I don't is bigger than the half I does.
Well, I'd love to, dear, but there's no way out of it.
Oh, you just mean you don't love me no more, that's all.
I do love you, Junior. Why, you're my whole life.
Yeah, then why are you always saying you'll be the death of me yet? You know? I know your type. You just fickle, that's all, you know. I know the way you feel about me, okay. You go your way, and I'll go my way. And I'll get in trouble before you.
Now, you stop acting so silly.
Yeah, take me with you, will
no,
you?
I can't. You're too little to stay up late.
Well, you can tell everybody I was a midget. Tell them I was your husband. Tell them I took a bath in alum and I shrunk.
No, No, they'd never believe you.
Yeah, well, maybe I could shave and grow a mustache or something.
Oh, you're too young to have a mustache.
Oh, I don't know. I got a little fuzz on me lip now.
What?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, Junior, you do have fuzz on your lip. Oh, what's your mother going to do?
Oh, probably hide the peaches where I can't reach them. Oh, yes, Mummy, doll. Oh, you look so pretty today.
Oh, do you really think I'm pretty, dear?
Yes, I does. I love your long golden hair and the short black roots. Oh, Mommy. Well, hey, Mommy, can Nemo stay home with me tonight?
No, dear. No, the babysitter's coming.
Well, you better tell her to stop sitting on this baby or she's going to get stuck with a pin.
And Junior, while we're on the subject, I want you to be nicer to her when she's here.
Uh-huh.
Last time you pulled her hair.
Well, how did I know it was going to come off? Goodness, you know, I is nice. I always remove my hat before I bite that babysitter. I'm the perfect gentleman.
Junior, you must be good now. And another thing, before you go to sleep, don't forget to say your prayers.
I say them.
Did you say your prayers last night?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't hear you.
I wasn't talking to you.
Now, don't start talking stupid.
Well, now, I is not stupid. I is smart. You just asked me a question.
All right. If there were 4 pieces of cake in the cupboard and you ate one, what would you have?
A spanking.
That proves you're stupid. The answer is not a spanking.
It isn't. Well, that was the answer yesterday afternoon, kiddo. Look at him.
Junior, come away from that fishbowl.
You know, I can't figure it out. Them fish stay down that water all day long and they never drown.
Fish do fine underwater. They breathe it through their gills.
Through their gills? Screen actors? Hey, I want a pair of gills. I want a pair of gills so I can breathe underwater, too.
Oh, Junior, now don't be silly.
No, I want a pair of gills. I want a pair of gills. Well, at least I got something anyhow. Look at this silly fish.
And stop making faces at the goldfish.
They started it.
It's no wonder we can't keep a babysitter.
Well, I don't care. I'd rather stay by myself anyhow. Give me the 50 cents. You folks don't love me anymore anyhow. I could just stay here and play with a mattress and burn the house down. I could barbecue myself. That's what I could do. Hot Dog Junior, they would call me. And I would get myself all barbecued and I'd crawl inside a loaf of bread and sprinkle myself with mustard and... Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I scared me down.
Poor baby.
Yes, poor baby.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart. I don't like that babysitter because she don't like me.
And you'll have to try to make her like you.
And
here's what I want you to do, Junior. You were bad the last time she was here.
Yeah.
When she gets here tonight, I want you to kiss her and tell her you're sorry.
Well, I will not do it. I will not kiss her. I know she's pretty, but I don't want to kiss her.
Why?
Well, because... Come outside, and I'll tell you, I don't want your mother to hear this. She's at the age where she picks things up. We'll be right back now.
Now, what's he up to?
Oh, thanks. Mother, would you mind taking care of Junior and not going to the party tonight?
I'd love to take care of him.
Where's the phone?
Here it is.
How come it's off the hook?
I had it ready for you an hour ago.
Oh. Operator. Why doesn't she answer?
Well, you're talking in the ear pod. You're talking in the ear pod.
Operator. Operator 4936.
I'm sorry you had to give up your evening, Nemo.
It's a pleasure, dear. Hello. Agnes, you don't have to bother coming over to take care of Junior tonight. Goodbye.
It worked.
Well, what on earth did you tell her?
Well, when she said I had to kiss the babysitter, I said to her, I'm not going to kiss her because she might slap me the way she did Pop.
Oh, Junior. You didn't. You're kidding.
Oh, you keep laughing. You better have Pop to do the same thing, too. That's all.
The Abbott and Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camel stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes. Tonight's guests, Cary Grant and Don Bartlett, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
What's the matter, Costello? What's all the excitement?
Oh, Abbott, I gotta get over to my new radio station right away. I gotta broadcast something very important to the women about their Easter shopping.
What is it?
I just passed the makeup me window, and either they were undressing the dummies or the women ain't wearing anything this spring.
Now, look, let's talk sense. I'd like to know one thing, Costello. Why can't I hear your radio on my station at home? Why is it that I can't hear it? I can't get the thing in at all.
You can't?
No. What wavelength are you broadcasting on?
Oh, the wavelength.
That's why I can't
Oh,
seem to
we've
get
been
it.
broadcasting on little bye-byes.
Little bye-byes?
Yeah, short wave.
Oh. So look, how long have you been mixed up with short waves?
Ever since I got slapped by a tall whack.
Look, I'm trying to find out the power of your radio station. How many volts do you have?
Oh, I got plenty of votes. My father votes, my mother votes, I vote.
No. Not votes. I mean volt with an L. L.
What's voltage?
Yes.
Guess what?
That's right.
What right?
What is voltage?
I'm asking you.
And I'm telling you.
You're telling me what?
Yes.
Here we go again.
Oh, listen, I'll explain it another way. At your house, you have a little electric light bulb. Now, what do you see on the bottom of that bulb?
Fly.
But suppose the flies weren't there.
Then it wouldn't be my house.
Oh. Will you pay attention? On the bottom of your electric light bulb, it says 40 watts. Now, that means wattage. And wattage was discovered by a man named James Watt. What was the man's name?
I don't know. Was it Smith?
No, it wasn't Smith. What was the man's name?
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you.
You're telling me what?
That's right.
What's right?
Correct. See? You have watts in your radio station, and your antenna throws out watts.
What is what doing in my Aunt Anna's house? Her husband's name is Dinkelberger. And she's a good friend of Mrs. Cottonlocker.
All right, look, Costello, I'm talking about
what happened to us?
All right, I'm talking about the antenna. Haven't you got an antenna that goes on the roof?
Sure, that's where she goes to hang the laundry.
Look, my goodness, don't you know the difference between a radio antenna and a wash line? A radio antenna draws the waves.
And a wash line waves the draws.
Oh. This is just a waste of time. I don't know.
Well, good evening, fellows. Say, what's all the noise about, Bud?
Oh, hello, Ken. I was just arguing with Costello about his radio station.
Oh, that pile of junk?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not interested in his radio station. He wouldn't give me a job as the announcer.
Niles, your hands are too long. I need an announcer with little tiny hands.
Little tiny hands?
Yeah, you gotta have short paws for station identification.
Look, Costello, will you stop fighting with Niles? After all, you're a fine one to judge talent.
That's right, Bud.
Yeah.
Why, he even refused to give my beautiful wife a job as a singer, and her voice is trained.
Trained? It ain't even housebroken yet.
Oh, I heard that remark, you fat pontoon head.
I said it for you to hear, you skinny...
Costello, take it easy.
You might be interested to know that many people have praised my singing.
Yes. Every time you start to sing, your dog leaves home. Last time he left, he took the doghouse with him.
Don't pay any attention to
This
Costello.
time he takes you.
Shut eyes. Pay no attention to him, Mrs. Niles. Let him keep his radio station.
Oh, well, frankly, Mr. Abbott, I am a little disappointed. Because I did so want to do a short-wave broadcast to our boys overseas. You know, I have a leaning towards soldiers.
I saw you tilt a little towards sailors.
Oh, how dare you speak to me like that, you big fat blubberhead.
Mrs. Niles, I am not a blubberhead. Or either am I a fat.
Not fat? The Army could use you to replace a landing barge for active duty.
Oh, darling, you really told him that time. Oh, dear, your wit just staggers me.
No, darling, your wit staggers me.
Oh, no, dear, you stagger me.
No, I insist you stagger me.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard from two punch-drunk fighters.
Oh, I love you doing something.
Costello, that's no way to handle people. If that's how you're conducting your radio station, you won't have a listener left. Answer that.
Station IOU, the voice of the creditors. Lou Costello speaking.
Mr. Costello, I've listened to your new radio station ever since it started last week, and I think your programs are wonderful.
Really?
Yes. I was going to send you a fan letter, but I can't write it until next week.
Well, what happens next week?
That's when they take off my straitjacket.
Get out of here! Get out! Come on!
From India into Burma, pointing toward China, winds the Lado Road, substitute for the enemy-held Burma Road. To American Army engineers on the Lado Road, to United States bases and outposts throughout the world, go Camel cigarettes. By the million, by the ton. For Camels are first with men in all the services according to actual sales records. Because Camels have to be fresh in Burma, they're fresh around your corner, too. Yes, your Camel cigarettes stay fresh, cool smoking and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Today, more people want Camels. More people want the fresh cigarette, the cigarette with more flavor. So remember, if your store is sold out, Camel cigarettes are worth asking for again. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. Camel's standard of costlier tobaccos is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. Freddie Rich and the orchestra play Morton Gould's lovely modern composition, Havant.
Is this the city dump?
No, this is Lou Costello's radio station.
Close, wasn't I?
Hey, when that guy was born, something terrible happened, Abbott. He lived.
Oh, there you are, Costello. Listen, I just called a talent agency, and they're sending a lot of talent over to do programs for you. Actors, writers, and singers.
Now, just a minute, Abbott. I'll take care of all the singing myself. Don't forget, I studied opera under those three great singers, John, Charles, and Thomas.
Oh, that's silly.
Silly, is it? I studied opera with Lawrence Tibbett and Gypsy Rose Lee.
Wait a second. Gypsy Rose Lee doesn't sing.
Who cares?
I don't believe you're a singer at all, Costello. Did you ever sing professionally?
Oh, sure, Abbott. I used to sing in a fish market. Well, I had to sing for scale. We had a quartet, Abbott.
A fish market quartet?
Certainly. We had first tuna, second tuna, barracuda, and bass.
Did your quartet make any money, Costello?
No, we just sang for the halibut.
Well, don't worry.
We had a good purpose.
Well, don't worry, Costello. Wait till my talents get here. I'll get some good programs for your station. Oh, come in. Oh, Costello, it's that lovely new singer I discovered. Come in, my dear.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Costello, my name is Gladys Warshout.
You mean Swarthout?
No, Warshout. I work in a laundry.
You look like you've been through the ringer.
Now, shut up, Costello. Miss Washout is a wonderful singer. Let her show you her range.
I don't even want to see her kitchen.
All right, never mind.
Oh, but I have a very unusual voice. I hit a high C above a high A. Listen.
Hello. They did? Okay. Goodbye.
What happened?
600 men just knocked off work at Lockheed.
Oh, let me out of here.
Why did you insult that girl, Costello? She came here very highly recommended. In fact, I know her dressmaker.
You're standing there telling me that dame's got a dressmaker?
Certainly.
I thought Betsy Ross only made flags.
Come in.
Pardon me, is this station IOU the voice of the creditors?
Costello, look who it is. Cary Grant.
Well. Hello, boys. How's everything?
Gee, Harry, you should have let me know you were coming over. I ain't prepared.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, if I knew you was coming, I would have got a finger wave.
Oh, talk sense, Costello. Cary, this visit's a great surprise. What brings you over here to Costello's radio station?
Well, Bud, next Sunday is Easter. You can't get those candy eggs, so I thought I'd come over here and pick up the real thing.
Yo.
Well, brother, you can pick that one up. You brought it in with you.
No. Don't take offense, Lou. I was only kidding. I think you're a very funny fella. In fact, everybody at our house gathers around the radio each Thursday night at 7 o'clock.
Yeah?
Yeah, and at 7:30 we turn it on.
At 7:30, we're off the air.
All right, never mind. Costello, you met Cary Grant's family.
Certainly I met his family. I climbed up the tree and shook hands with a spotter.
You funny fella. Well, Costello, my family remembers you, too.
Sure.
That is all but my grandmother.
Don't your grandmother remember me?
No, but she remembers your jokes.
Hey, Abbott, you better hold me before I kill this guy.
Wait a minute, you better think twice. He's twice as big as you are.
Well, then hold him.
Quiet, Costello. Listen, Cary, is there something we can do for you here at the station?
Bud, I'm going to do something for you. I found the most talented fellow in the country who will absolutely be a sensation on the air. The fellow's a genius, does everything. His name's Don Barclay. Come on in, Don.
Nice to have you with us, Mr. Barclay. Now, what do you do? Can you sing?
No.
Do you recite?
Uh-uh.
Well, can you do imitations?
No. So far, this guy is loaded with talent.
Didn't I tell you? That's what everybody says. This guy will really build up your station. He's got a great program for the kiddies, too, where he reads the funny papers. Go ahead, Don. Read the funny papers.
Okay. No.
Oh, boy, he sure loves those funny papers. This guy's dynamite. Are you almost through, Don?
Not quite. I'm through. The papers were sure funny today, weren't they?
Oh, this fella kills me. He's going to make a name for himself.
I got a couple of them right now for him.
Just a minute, Costello. Cary, what else does Barclay do?
Go on, you tell him, Don.
Now, listen, Mr. Abbott. Cary and I have worked up a great big finish. He stands on one side of the stage and I stand on the other, and we juggle 75 Indian clubs back and forth without dropping a club. Are you ready, Mr. Grant?
Ready, Mr. Barclay?
Well, then here we go. Wait a minute. What kind of juggling is that? I didn't even see any Indian clubs.
Oh, well, we haven't learned to do it with clubs yet.
Get out of here! Now get those things!
Now, Connie Haynes sings a brand new song destined for the top. It's called To Heaven.
One high in the sky, to heaven. One here in your eyes. I never dreamed I'd kiss an angel, but darling, here you are, in an overcoat of moonbeams, buttoned with a star. I'm thrilled to heaven, just feeling your touch. My heaven, I love you so much. And while our lips are making memories, this moment is divine. I see true heaven, and both of them are mine. I'm thrilled to high heaven, just feeling your touch. Oh, my heaven, I love you so much. And while our lips are making memories, this moment is divine. I see to heaven, and both of them are
Once there were two mockingbirds. One was perfectly okay. And the other was as flat as the day before payday. Flat enough for you? Well, it can be worse than your cigarette. If wartime flatness is spoiling your smoking, get Camels for more flavor. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. Now, I can tell you about Camel Cigarette's extra flavor. Comes from the expert, matchless way Camels are blended of costlier tobaccos. But the best way is to find out for yourself, in your T-zone, your taste and throat. Your taste will tell you that Camels do have more flavor, the thing that helps them to hold up, keep from going flat, no matter how many you smoke. And your throat is your best judge of Camel Cigarette's smooth, extra mildness. And, of course, Camels stay fresh, cool smoking and slow burning, because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel Cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
Come in.
Well, hello, fellas. How's the radio station coming along?
Cary Grant, get out of here. Now I have enough trouble.
Oh, your troubles are over, Costello. I've got just what you need, a great writer. That's what your station needs. Did you ever hear that famous poem, Snow, Snow, Beautiful Snow?
Did he write that?
No, he shoveled it.
Abbott, I wonder what the women see in this book.
Shut up. Cary.
I tell you!
Cary. Where is this writer of yours?
Right out the hall. His name's Don Barkley. Come on in, Don.
Hello, fellas.
Oh, the mental midget is back. Hey, Grant, this is the same guy that juggles without clubs.
Ah, yeah, but he gave that up. He's a writer now. Now, show him one of your scripts, Don.
But, Cary, this is a blank piece of paper.
Oh, well, he hasn't learned to write with words yet.
Abbott, this guy is dumber than me.
Oh, no, you mean dumber than I.
Okay, he's dumber than the both of us.
Just a moment, Mr. Costello. You've got the wrong piece of paper. Here's the script right here. Oh, it's a great show.
And what are we waiting for? You fellas help us out. We'll show you just what this great program sounds like. The makers of Tip Top Toupee Paste present another episode in the life of our friend, Phil. Now, a word from our sponsor. Men, do you suffer from flying toupee? When the man in back of you sneezes, does the man in front of you automatically wear your toupee? Tip-top toupee paste is sure stick in the daytime and easy to remove at night. Listen to one purchaser remove his toupee.
My head! My head!
And now to our friend, Phil. As we look in upon Phil today, he is all alone in his room, waiting for his long-lost brother Randolph, whom he has not seen for 40 years. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door. The door opens, and Phil speaks.
No, Randolph, it can't be you. No, it can't be you. Tune in tomorrow. Can it be him or somebody else?
Say, Cary, that was a great program. Has Mr. Barkley got any more of them?
Oh, I've got lots of them. Would you like to hear my all-night record program? Now, wait a minute, Barkley. I bought one of them last week from Alan Ladd.
Oh, come on. Give Don a chance, Costello. Let's all pitch in. Try it out.
Okay.
The makers of Miller's Meatless Meatballs bring you the all-night record program. Remember, folks, when you go to your butcher's tomorrow, ask for Miller's Meatless Meatballs. You can easily recognize Miller's Meatless Meatballs, as it is the only meatball that weighs 200 pounds. And here's Happy Louie to bring you nothing but music. Come in, Louie.
Thank you. Thank you. And a good evening to you record fans everywhere. This is Happy Louie, about to bring you the longest uninterrupted record program on the air. 72 hours of music each day. We start off this continuous dance music with a recording of T for Two, played by Freddie Parkle and his Makes You Want to Sit This One Out dance orchestra. Okay, Freddie Parkle, T for Two.
This number is being dedicated to Mr. and Mrs. Krausmeyer on their 73rd wedding anniversary. Good luck, kids. Also dedicated to Richard and Rodney on their birthday. Congratulations to Harry and Julia on their new C-book. Also dedicated to Cockeyed Sam the Salad Man at Hyman's Delicatessen. And a Snooky Pie. And now, back to dancing and T for Two.
I want to interrupt the music for just a moment to tell you that you're listening to a recording of T for Two.
Attention all women over 400 pounds. Are you fat? When you walk by the corner drugstore, does the scale outside jump inside? When you stand up, do your rubber heels spread out like pancake batter? Can you lose your last dollar at poker and still walk away with a pot? Then get yourself a jar of Patch Fat Away Reducing Cream tonight. Now, a word from a satisfied user, Mr. Phil H. Finley.
I used to weigh 385 pounds. I was so fat that when I sat on a drugstore stool, I had a hangover. But since using your reducing cream, I am now down to only 26 pounds. Girls notice me now. I'm the only fella on my block who hauls his loose skin around in a trailer.
You have been dancing to the music of T for Two.
Well, fellas, how'd you like Don Barkley's program? Now, come on, how'd you like Don's program?
Well, can he do anything else besides not right?
Oh, yeah. He does some great imitation of wild animals. Don, do your imitation of a wild mountain goat.
Bah.
Now 2 goats.
Bah, bah.
Now 3 goats.
Hold it, goats, Abbott! Listen, Barkley, can you imitate that rare bird, the wild Australian auk?
The wild Australian auk? Well, how does it go, Costello?
Come here, Barkley, I'll show you. Just put your neck between my 2 hands. Like this? That's right. Get out of here! Go on! Everybody out!
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Private William Page of Oriskany, New York, an infantryman with the Fifth Army in Italy. While crawling toward Nazi machine gun nests, Private Page met a German patrol, bayoneted one of the enemy, and shot another. Then, together with his lieutenant, he attacked 2 machine gun nests with rifle fire, wiping out all the Germans in both of them. In your honor, Private William Page, the makers of Camels are sending to our soldiers overseas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante. Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Mr. George Brent. Now, for just a moment, I'd like to talk to every woman between 20 and 35 who isn't doing a war job. The Navy wants waves. Wants them so badly that many special advantages are being given. You'll have free travel to New York City for training, a chance to go to specialized schools to become expert in radio or aviation or a dozen other jobs. All expenses like food, clothing, and medical care will be paid, so your salary will equal a civilian salary of $150 to $235 a month. If you're 20 to 35, a citizen with 2 years high school or business school, single or married with no children under 18, apply to your naval recruiting station. You can find it in the phone book. Or write to Waves, Washington 25, D.C. for the free booklet, The Story of You in Navy Blue. That's Waves, Washington 25, D.C. And now, here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, that's about all we have time for. Good night, folks.
And don't forget to tune in next week. Our special guest will be George Brent. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Be sure and tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with our special guest, Mr. George Brent. Cary Grant is currently in production in RKO's None But the Lonely Heart. And remember, get Camels for more flavor. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat, no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. This is Ken Niles wishing you a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
Gentlemen, the secret word tonight is heart. H-E-A-R-T.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Well, spring is just around the corner. I wish I was. Hey, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who gets first whack at it?
We asked if there were any couples here tonight who had been married more than 50 years, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. A.S. Thacker, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you'll win $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. So you two are married more than 50 years, eh? How long have you been married, Mrs. Thacker?
50 years, and last November.
And how long have you been married, Mr. Thacker? How does it feel to be celebrating your 50th wedding anniversary, Mr. Thacker?
Well, just beautiful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
About the same as the 49th, I suppose. And how was the 48th? Do you remember that?
About the same.
About the same. Well, let's try the 39th. How was that year? Huh?
It was wonderful, too.
Yes, that was a great year, the 39th. How long have you been in California, Mr. Thacker?
27 years.
Mm-hmm. And why did you come here?
Well, we was living at Spokane at that time, and I wanted a warmer climate.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it have been cheaper to put on heavy underwear? Where did you formerly reside, Mrs. Thacker? Before that, I mean.
In Texas, Gainesville, Texas.
Was that near Nacogdoches or Denison or... I was once pinched in Nacogdoches for playing euchre on the front porch of the hotel. It happened to be on a Sunday. You're not allowed to play euchre on Nacogdoches on Sunday. As a matter of fact, the way I played, they shouldn't have allowed it on Saturday either. May I ask how old you were when you got married, Mrs. Thacker?
20.
20, yeah?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And how old were you when Mrs. Thacker took you out of circulation?
I was 26.
Well, you're 76?
I'm 77 now.
77. Well, you just passed the spirit of 76. What sort of work do you do now, Mr. Thacker?
I don't work.
You're a bum? You look so prosperous, Mr. Thacker. You worked a mere 50 years and then quit. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Don't you want to amount to something when you grow up? Do you have any children, Mitty?
Yes, sir. I have 2 sons.
You have 2 sons. That's in Arizona, isn't it? Do you have any grandchildren, Mrs. Thacker?
Yes, sir. I have 2.
2. Do you have any great-grandchildren?
No, sir.
Do you have any great-great-grandchildren?
No, sir.
You're in a rut. Now, after all these years of marriage, do you have any pet name for your wife, Mr. Thacker?
Yes, sir. I always called her Sweetheart.
Well, you just said hot, and that was the secret word, so you just won $100 in cash. Compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
Thank you.
And we are definitely using hot as the secret word tonight in honor of the 1950 Heart campaign now going on all over America. And Mrs. Thacker, what do you call 23 Skidoo here?
I call him Shorty.
You call him Shorty? Is that for any financial reason? Or... Do you remember who did the proposing when you were engaged, Mr. Thacker?
Yes, sir, I did.
Well, what did she say after you proposed?
I don't have any idea.
Maybe she said no. How do you know? This could all be a horrible mistake. Mrs. Thacker, do you remember exactly what you said when he proposed?
No.
You said no. Well, then I was right. It is a horrible mistake. Well, seriously, it's been inspiring having you two here with a 50-year marriage. You've set a fine example for the young couples of America. And I hope you'll invite me to your 75th anniversary. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together for a chance to win a lot of money. You bet your life.
Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer pledges himself to treat you fairly and squarely, day after day, year after year. In fact, that's the way the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America feel about all the customers they serve. That's their pledge, and they'll do their utmost to live up to it at all times. No matter why you drive into a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's, you'll find it the honest desire of all the folks there to serve you to the very best of their ability. They know that's the kind of attention that will make you a satisfied and steady customer in the years to come. That's why it pays to stop where you see the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now then, let's see if you two youngsters will get the chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other two couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected name the fruit as your category. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, here's your first question. You have $20, and how much will you risk?
10.
What type of fruit is a pippin?
Apple.
An apple is right.
And we're on our way with $30.
You're on your way, as Penniman says. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your $30 will you try?
$10.
$10. What is a bartlett?
Pear.
A pear is correct.
Now they have $40, Groucho.
Now you have $40, huh? Here's your third question. How much of the 40 will you try?
20.
What kind of fruit is a muscat? M-U-S-C-A-T.
Grape. It's a grape.
Do you think it's a grape? And you think it's a grape? Well, it is a grape.
They're climbing now. They have $60, Groucho.
Now you have $60. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 60 are you going to go for?
How much you say, Mother?
I said 30.
Okay, 30 then.
What is meant by a yellow cling?
A yellow cling is a peach.
Is the peach is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $90.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away now. You might get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still heart.
Yes, George.
Perhaps the next couple will say it.
Yes, George.
Just before we went on the air, our
George.
studio audience selected Blanche Ames, a department store buyer, Mr. Alexander Atkinson, a married man. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. One of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. Atkinson, huh?
Right.
You're the married man?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very happily married.
Very happily.
Oh, yeah.
There's no point in getting pugnacious about it. Atkinson, are you related to the dramatic critic on the New York Times?
I'm related to a former governor of Georgia.
Well, that's not
you're
quite
talking
the
about
same thing.
Brooks Atkinson.
I mean Brooks Atkinson.
Oh, yes. He's a distant relative.
You see, well, he must be
Yeah.
if you're here and he's in New York. And, where are you from, Mr. Atkinson?
I'm from the land of sunshine, flowers, beautiful women, juicy oranges, and no smog.
Are you inferring that we have smog here in California, Mr. Atkinson?
Oh, that's what I've heard. Of course, I live out in beautiful, enchanting San Fernando Valley myself. I don't get out in Los Angeles very much myself.
I see.
I'm kind of intrigued with San Fernando Valley. The promised land.
Well, they've been promising a lot. I don't know whether offhand, I would say you're a realtor. Is that right?
Well, I have a little property down in Florida, but recently I got a letter saying
that it was underwater.
That they discovered land on my property down there.
They discovered land on your property. A mighty good joke. Do you mind if I use that next week?
My permission, all right.
Just what is your profession, Mr. Atkinson?
Well, back during the Hoover prosperity that we were having back in the 30s.
I beg your pardon. Not while I'm smoking, huh?
I got tired of eating the grapefruit and oranges. That's about all I had to eat, so I wanted a little meat. I just go out and catch the bullfrogs at night. I go out at night and catch these frogs, and you take them and fry them in butter. Man, it's better than southern fried chicken.
Well, I must try that sometime.
These tourists came down there.
And,
you know, these are Yankees. Anyway, they kind of took a liking to me.
What do you do now, Senator Claghorn?
Time, it's my good fortune to be associated with the finest studio in Hollywood. That comes from the bottom of my heart. That's Warner Brothers. We are really
well,
doing
wait a minute.
Mr.
Atkinson, you went on gabbing so long that you finally won $100. You said heart, and that's the secret word. So you win $100 in cash, compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Huh? Nice trade for you. Atkinson, are you related to the Atkinson in New York? Huh?
I tell you, I got relatives everywhere, and Georgia's filled full of them. I got relatives all over Georgia.
Yeah, well, you could talk yourself into relatives. How do you do, Miss Ames?
How do you do?
No, I asked you first. How do you do, huh? This is high-class cocktail conversation. You're a department store buyer, is that right?
That's right.
Uh-huh. How many department stores have you bought this week?
I don't buy department stores. I buy for a department store.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Well, which one?
Orbucks.
You're from Orbucks, you say?
And Philadelphia.
Did you buy department stores back in Philadelphia?
I'm afraid you don't follow me.
Well, even if I did, there's nothing to be afraid of. Where do you do this buying, Blanche?
At Orbucks in the Oval Room.
What do you buy for them?
I buy better dresses.
Better dresses? And who buys the worst ones? Did you ever buy any dresses that your store can't sell?
I get stuck with a few white elephants.
White elephants, huh? I can see why you get stuck with them. What do you do with these white elephants?
Well, when they don't move, why, we usually mark them down for sale.
If they don't move, they must be dead, is that it? Imagine a store full of dead white elephants. Must be quite a problem on a hot day, huh? Well, where do you keep them? Where do you keep these dead white elephants, huh?
Well, we hang them on racks.
No wonder they're dead, huh? Now, let's be calm and go at this thing scientifically, Blanche. Huh? Now, what I originally asked you, Blanche, was do you ever buy any dresses for your store that you can't sell?
Yes, I'm afraid...
Are they changing the styles this year, Blanche?
Yes, the trend is more towards the shorter skirt.
Do you think we could speed up that trend a little? Huh? After all, I haven't got so long to go, you know. Well, where are skirts being worn now? And don't tell me around the waist, huh? Where are they being worn now, Blanche?
About halfway between the knee and the floor.
It sounds like you need new elastic in your suspenders. Well, wake up, Mr. Atkinson. How long does your wife wear her dresses?
About 2 or 3 years.
Okay, go back to sleep, Mr. Atkinson. I'll wake you up as soon as Thurman runs again. Well, we know a good deal about department stores and elephants. Now, you're going to work together for a chance at $1,500. You beat our other two couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but Spenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
Mr. and Mrs. Thacker, who've been married for 50 years, earn $90.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected romantic songs as your category. Here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to risk?
10.
Let's see if you can identify this song. Play, Jerry.
Sweet and lovely.
Sweet and lovely.
We're on our way with $30, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you try?
20.
What's the name of this romantic song? Okay, Jerry.
Some secluded rendezvous.
What is it? Talk up. One answer between you.
In some secluded rendezvous. Oh. Cocktails for 2.
Cocktails for 2.
From the way now, they have $50.
Well, you came through in the last quarter there, Blanche. All right, here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you try?
40.
Give me the title of this song.
Once in a while.
Once in a while.
They're really climbing now. They have $90.
All right, you got $90. Now, how much
whole
you going to...
The whole 90.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to go for the 90?
Go for the 90.
What's this song? Give me the title.
Small Hotel.
Small Hotel is right.
And they wind up with $180.
Thanks Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $1,500 question. Fenneman, who's ahead?
The department store buyer and the married man are leading with $180, and the secret word is still heart. We invited some hobos and some job analysts to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Evelyn Robbins and Mr. Bill Hewitt.
Fenneman, where on earth did you ever get a hobo?
Oh, you have to ask the hobo, Groucho. And here they come. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth program. If one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Okay, now I'll find out where the hobo comes from. Miss Robbins, where are you from?
New York. New York.
How long have you lived out here?
3 years.
3 years. Well, you add quite some beauty to the local scene.
Thank you.
Who do you work for?
The Ames Bureau of Employment.
What do you do there?
Well, I'm a job analyst.
And what is the function of a job analysis?
Well, we interview people, we screen them, and we test them. We try to determine what type of position they're best suited for.
You don't analyze jobs, and you just analyze people, is that right?
You could say that.
I already did say that. Now, by sifting through all the facts about Evelyn here, I gather that you're the hobo. Is that right?
That's right.
Let me hear you put a bite on me for a cup of coffee. Now, go ahead.
Hobo don't put the bite on anybody for a cup of coffee.
What do you mean? I've had them ask me for coffee.
Well, that's a tramp. A tramp asks you for a cup of coffee. A hobo goes out and gets it different. He runs a butcher shop for meat, and the bakery for toppings, and then he cooks it up.
Bakery for what?
Toppings. That's day old bread, stale stuff.
Well, if you want stale stuff, just listen to me here. How do you get it from the butcher? I mean, you walk in there and he throws you a hunk of meat?
Well, you give him a song and dance. Just tell him, say, I'm trying to cook up something down in the jungles down here, and I like to have a little meat. It's a good idea to have something under your arm, like some potatoes, and say, look, Mac, I got a loaf of bread here. How about giving me a little meat to go with it? They're easy. It's a pushover.
I'll try that tomorrow, Tell me, Bill, as a knight of the road, how do you live, huh?
Oh, sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Like an actor, huh? Where do you live?
Well, if I'm working in the city like bellhop or dishwasher, I rent a room. If I'm not working, I live in the jungle.
Well, when you're camping in the jungle, as you call it, what kind of meals do you make?
Make a mulligan stew.
Well, how do you make mulligan stew? Do you get them angry first, or...?
Well, first you gotta have a lot of meat, see?
A lot of meat, eh? Yeah. Well, you're back in the butcher shop again, huh?
Then you're throwing a lot of vegetables, your own salt and pepper and everything you get, and you cook it in an open fire, and you can.
Well, suppose you can't get any meat.
I wouldn't be a mulligan stew then.
No? Well, what would you have then? Huh?
That'd be slumgullion, I guess.
What do you drink with your slumgullion?
Oh, battery acid.
Battery acid? Yeah. Well, you should at least be able to start on a cold morning, huh? Just what is battery acid?
Well, that's fresh coffee. The first time you boil it off. After that, it's no longer battery acid.
What, do you use it over again?
Sure, then, but it's not battery acid then. That's dishwater mud. Yeah.
How many times do you cook it over?
Oh, that all depends on conditions. If you got a lot of coffee, it's not necessary. Sometimes when things are tough, you got to boil it over a lot of times.
In my house, it tastes like dishwater the first time. How do you keep in touch with people when you're on the road? Where do you get your mail?
Oh, mostly general delivery.
Yeah, well, what kind of work do you do when you're working, Bill?
Oh, any kind of work. I've been a sailor. I was a fireman. I worked on deck. Worked in copper mines. Been bellhop. Worked in harvest fields.
Mm-hmm. Well, how do you get from place to place? Do you ride the rods?
Oh, they haven't rode the rods in 25 years. I started first on the whole board in 1950, and I was 15 years old. Yeah, I ride boxcars, ride a reefer.
What's a reefer?
The reefer's the end of a fruit car when it's not iced. And you ride a tender, ride the blinds on a passenger train, ride the deck.
Pretty dangerous, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
What kind of car do you prefer?
Well, I prefer Pullman, but...
Well, I mean in lieu of a Pullman, huh?
Well, that depends
Let's
on...
say there isn't a Pullman available, huh? That's been de-iced.
Well, that depends on the weather. If it's in the summertime, I like an open gondola where I can see and get the fresh air.
Well, what do you like best about the life you lead?
Well, I like to be free. I don't like to be tied down. I like to go places. I like to get up in the morning when I want to. I don't want some wife telling me to get up or sticking her cold feet in my back.
You prefer a refrigerator car to a woman, is that it? Well, this has been very interesting, and having you here tonight. And how are you going to try for a chance at the $1,500 question? You beat our other two couples, and you win a chance at all that money. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The department store buyer and the married man are ahead with $180.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Islands of the World as your category. Is that right? Now, you have $20. How much are you going to try?
$15.
$15. What ocean do you find the Hawaiian Islands?
Pacific.
Pacific Ocean is right.
$35.
Well, remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 35 will you try?
25.
25. In what ocean do you find Greenland?
In North Atlantic.
In the Atlantic is right.
You now have $60, Groucho.
Now you have $60. Here's your third question. How much of the 60 will you risk?
50.
In what sea do you find the island of Corsica?
Corsica? The Mediterranean.
The Mediterranean is right.
They're really climbing now. They have $110.
Say, you must have done a lot of reading in those boxcars.
Oh, I sailed in there during this war.
Oh, I see. Well, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now you have $110.
$100.
$100. In what ocean do you find the Isle of Tahiti?
That's in the Pacific.
In the Pacific is right.
And they wind up with $210. And that means that they get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. You know, you have a perfect right to be particular about the way your car is serviced. And that's why more and more car owners every day drive in to DeSoto Plymouth dealers. For that's where you get expert, courteous service at the lowest possible cost. You see, DeSoto Plymouth dealers are just as particular about your car as you are yourself. They have factory-trained mechanics working with factory-designed and approved tools and equipment. They see to it that the service they offer in their shops is the best service you can get anywhere. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers throughout America take pride in their reputation for fast, efficient, courteous service. Remember this next time your car needs service, and drive in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the hobo and the job analyst, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
Well, if you win this, you're really going to be able to ride in Pullmans. Here we go for $1,500. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no assistance from the audience. Here it is. In 1914, the United States Army finished its biggest peacetime job. What is the biggest peacetime job ever accomplished by the Army? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon? Panama Canal is right. Well, you had the right answer, so you won $1,500. What are you going to do with all that money? Bill, what are you going to do with yours?
Well,
My heart stops jumping.
Well, Evelyn, you just said the secret word, and you just won $100 in cash, and now my heart is stopping. Well, now, Evelyn, what are you going to do with all that money?
I don't know.
You're just dumbfounded, huh? Well, I'll help you spend it, Evelyn. And, Bill, what are you going to do with yours?
Well, first I'm going to ride...
Well, a lot of slumgullion with that, huh?
I'm going to ride that preferred berth you talked about.
Well, you really cleaned up tonight. You won $210 in the quiz and $100 for the secret word and $1,500. All I can say to you both is congratulations. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast, you bet your life.
Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $1,000.
Fenneman, if you have nothing better to do this week, why don't you see our new movie, Love Happy? Harpo Chico and I tell a few jokes and do some acting. It's very educational. Well, it's almost time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Traffic control begins at your wheel. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Mr. Sludge is using the telephone. Yes? He's talking long distance to his mother and sister in Pontiac. I told him he could have privacy. Yes. Well, he'll be through directly.
I'm right on some word from Duffy.
Hurry up, John?
Yeah. Big Duffy and Roger. I'm supposed to have them in the mail by 6 o'clock tonight.
Why don't you sit right down here on the steps and begin on them?
Oh, I tell
Sure.
All my stuff's in the library table. Pen and ink and eraser and charts and figures and junk. Anyway, I couldn't have copied anything scrawled on the half-wit front porch.
Well, I'm sorry, but we just have to stay out of that living room until Mr. Sludge is done with his conversation.
You've been talking.
Oh, quite a little bit. Sit down here by me. You're not in such a rush. You can't wait a minute or two.
No, but I dash home from the office 90 miles an hour to do a job, then discover I can't have in my own house.
Well, I'm sorry, but there's no help for it.
Well, this is phone calls run into money. I hope Brother Sludge appreciates that.
Who's going to pay?
Why don't he use his own phone, anyway?
Well, Mr. Cameron and Mr. Booth and the terrace's other two roomers are both home this afternoon. Mr. Sludge likes privacy when he talks to his mother and sister. He was very much upset when he knocked at the door a while ago.
Quiet?
Yes. He'd had his feelings hurt downtown.
He's always having his feelings hurt.
Well, Mama's boy, you know.
Oh, Mama's boy. The big doctor's 40 years old, ain't he?
43, but that don't cut any ice. Once a mama's boy, always a mama's boy.
You hurt his feelings this trip.
Some closing at the 5 and 10 cent store. Seems Mr. Sludge likes to drop in there noontime to look around.
I've heard of beautiful women every day and greatly educated.
Sure about this? Hi. Now, he'll want to go in the house.
Well, I sure love to go in the house. I've got a bushel of work to do before 6 o'clock.
He'll be done directly. How'd you get your shirt all dirty? Down the mud. You're so early today, hey, John?
On the contrary, I have to tackle a heap of invoices and...
Can't go inside, Willie. Why not? Miss Harris's roomers using the phone.
Mr. Sludge?
Yeah. He's talking long distance to his mother and sister in Pontiac. I told him he wouldn't be bothered with people running in and out.
I won't bother him. I just want to get my first baseman's ball.
Where is it?
Under the Davenport.
No. He has to stay out of that living room until he's through with his conversation.
I concur with you in that sentiment, Harold.
The guys are with us when we always have they can lie. Well, let him wait.
Is the baboon going to treat it right all day?
He hasn't had a chance to chat with his mother and sister for a long time. Thought we got a lot to tell him. Anyway, he's all upset.
What's he all upset about?
Some snippy clerk down at the Five and Dime hurt his feelings.
You crying?
Oh, my, yes. Just gnawing the sobs away when he knocked at the door a while ago.
He's the darndest ball baby that ever come down the pipe.
It's not for a place to make fun. Remember, you're just a little boy, and Mr. Sludge is a grown man.
You sure don't act like a grown man.
All right.
No, Sludge. Go look in the window. See what the numbskulls do.
No.
He's probably all through talking on the phone. But he steps out of the garbage pipe.
No.
I can take in the living room without him seeing me.
Did you hear me say no?
Supposed to have a long distance bill of $40,000.
He'll pay. We won't get stuck.
That's not invoice. It's a silly gunny tax. To go over by 6 o'clock in here, I sit with my teeth in my mouth.
Well, he used his own telephone. Mr. Cameron and Mr. Bruce and Terrace's other two roomers are both home this afternoon. I guess Mr. Sludge is afraid they're jollying.
Roy Clark, Brutus Johnson, Willis Drawback, and Leland Richards all over Cabby's vacant lot waiting for me.
Oh, I don't imagine there'll be any horrible consequences if you don't return.
I could slip in the doggone living room and get my first stations met and Mr. Sludge never realized I used to be first. What's the matter?
I thought they were stopping inside the house. But it's not smart to laugh at people. Not the least bit smart.
No, the guy 43 years old.
I guess a guy 43 years old can have feelings.
What happened in the 10-cent store that broke his heart?
Some clerk was rude. He likes to spend his noontime in at the Five and Dime tree. He likes to walk through the aisles and look at the different articles for sale. Well, today he stopped at the candy counter to buy a little bag of sweets. He told the clerk he wanted a penny's worth of this, a penny's worth of that, and so on. And one of the things he ordered was a penny's worth of licorice buttons. The clerk put 5 in the sack. Mr. Sludge says, those licorice buttons are 6 for a penny, you see. The clerk says, 5 for a penny. Mr. Sludge says, I bought some the other day, and they were 6 for a penny. A man with a mustache waited on me. The clerk says, look, neighbor, I can't stall around all day arguing with kids about whether licorice buttons are 5 for a penny or 6 for a penny. You want licorice buttons 5 for a penny, or don't you want any licorice buttons at all? I don't want any licorice buttons at all, says Mr. Sludge, and he stormed out of the Five and Dime stopping and crying to beat the band.
Gee, this fellow's too romantic.
No, he's not either.
Any lame brain that acts like...
I admit he's a little on the childy side. But that's understandable. Perfectly understandable. All his life he's been babied and coddled. His mother and sister idolized him. Why, up until he was 20 years old, nobody's ever said a mean word to him. It was a shock to learn there was meanness in the world. That's why he cried. And another thing is he's homesick. He just pines to be back in Pontiac. Mr. Sludge is smart enough. Well, didn't you say he was an awful good boy?
Bowen don't take brains.
They'll teach him out from school, I know. Miss Harris was telling me he has all his report cards stuck in the mirror of his dresser. Wonderful marks. Arithmetic 100, geography 100... History 100, everything 100. Shows he's not winning.
Yeah, but imagine a man, 43, crying like an infant because a 10-cent store clerk wouldn't sell him licorice shop 6 for a penny.
I don't think it's our place to criticize. He can't help the way he's built. I'm sorry for him, and I'm glad to do all the favors I can. It's cruel to laugh at a poor fellow that's blue and miserable.
My friends over in Tavin's vacant lot will still put a lot of faith in my promises after this.
And friends over in Tavin's vacant lot will probably survive you not being with them.
Hey, he's fancy, still talking.
He'll come out when he's through.
It's been a quarter of an hour.
I've heard of people talking long distance, quarter of an hour.
I got these invoices. I didn't come home to lie on the front porch and let the breeze blow down my collar. I come home to work.
Spread your invoices on the fifth here.
Oh, fuck.
I told Mr. Sludge he could have complete privacy, and I can't go back on... What's the matter?
I thought I heard Tavern.
That's not comical, right? Not at all comical.
No, but I did. The telephone company hands us their bill. We'll send our undershirt to destroy Michigan parts of both.
He'll pay.
Hope so.
He'll pay.
Bad luck is the way to go, was it?
No. Stay right where you are.
Well, Sludge is probably stepped out of the Abbott Costello roof and admitted it. How do you know he's done? May have finished chatting with his mother 10 minutes ago.
He'll open the door and let us know when he's through.
This is getting slightly ridiculous. I don't mind going along with halfway junk, but to a certain extent, there comes a time when...
Huh? Look, where?
Oh, no.
Did it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It might only come out.
Probably some potion.
Well, I hope the son of a gun...
I'll be wanting to bring up any remarks this smart aleck class from you. You couldn't, Mr. Sludge. See him get this nice and you... Well, all through?
Well, Mr.
Well, you live, Sludge.
Morning, Jake.
You had a lovely long chat with your mother and sister, didn't you? Here, take my handkerchief. Yours is soaking, sopping wet.
Another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block. And there we leave Crisco's Vic Sade until tomorrow.
So we take you now to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where the elite meat eat, Archie the manager's speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, what's that noise? You helping your fat wife with the supper dishes? Well, what's all the racket? Oh, you're washing and she's throwing. Duffy, fighting again. Why don't you try romancing her? Yeah, neck her a bit. You know, put your arms around her. Huh? Well, all right, halfway around. You can't even get that far? Oh, well, can't you catch her when she's inhaling? Oh. When she exhales, the recoil knocks you across the room. Well, Duffy, frankly, these fights of yours is very discouraging. You know, I was thinking about marriage myself. Well, it finally happened to me. Yep, I'm in love. Naturally with a girl. Her name is Peggy Lee. Well, I ain't met her yet. I just heard her singing. Kind of silly. I just fallen in love with her voice on a jukebox. That's nothing. You married a whole jukebox. Hello? Hello? You must have heard him. Boy, they lose more dishes that way. Well, my marriage is going to be different. Look, Archie, now, I was just... Oh, hello, Eddie, old pal. How's your health today? I hope you are well, old pal. I'm fine, old pal. How are you, old pal? And how much do you need, old pal? I don't need nothing, Eddie. Today, I'm the most completely happiest guy in the world. And you know why? Tell me, Black Silly. Well, we've been friends for a long time. I think I can confide in you. Eddie, I'm in love. Well, that's still a little hot. Yep, you're looking at a new man, wafted up on the wings of love. A knight in shining armor, sitting on me white horse. Tell me, which way are you facing? Might I inquire as to who is the object of your affection? Well, the objectionable lady happens to be, Eddie. Miss Peggy Lee, a singer. Singer, huh? Yep, I listened to her on the jukebox, and as soon as I heard her, I knew it was it. You know, I felt chemicals all over me. Eddie, I bet you I must have put 50 nickels in that machine. 50 nickels? Well, naturally, I slipped in a few slugs. Cheating out already.
No, not on this dame, because if she looks anything like she sounds, hubba. By the way, she's coming down here tonight. I wrote her a letter offering her a job here.
That's grounds for divorce already. And look, and when she takes a look at you in that broken-down apron...
She ain't gonna see me in a broken-down apron, Eddie. I got me a whole new outfit. Suit, tie, shoes, hat, the works. You know, she'll be looking at a new watch.
8 to 5, she'd rather look at old Van Johnson.
Yeah?
Look here. Where'd you get all these new clothes, anyway?
Where did I get them? Only one of the finest tailors in town. Here, look at his card.
Let's see. The Duke of Windsor Clothing Company, by appointment to His Majesty, 50 cents hold any garment in the store. Sounds like a very hard thing to say.
Yep, they give you the best deal on 3rd Avenue, Eddie. Suits cost them $11. They sell it for $11.
How do you make any money?
Hot wrapping paper.
think I'll call him up and see if it's ready. Hello? Duke of Windsor Clothing Company? Connect me with a college shop, please. Hello, Sam? This is Archie. How's the alterations coming? But, Sam, the coat pinched and the pants were so tight, I should go on a diet, huh?
Very high-class place.
Look, Sam, you can't you let the suit out just a bit? You'll what? Loosen the stitches a little, huh? Well, okay, I'll send Eddie over for it. Eddie, go over and pick it up, will you? And don't let them give you a suit off one of them dummies.
Hello, Art.
Oh, hey, Finnegan, what you been doing for amusement?
Oh, the same as usual.
Good old Finnegan. By the way, you remember that Peggy Lee I told you about that I heard singing on the record?
Yeah?
Well, she's coming down tonight in the flesh.
Archie, won't she be called?
Finnegan, don't be such a jerk. I don't mean that the dame is coming down au gratin. She ain't no striptease. She's a high-class radio entertainer.
She's in radio?
Yeah.
Oh, them people are really nuts. I know what I'm talking about, Art.
But I don't.
Oh, how about that day?
What day?
That Saturday.
Finnegan, please follow the example of your head, will you? And come to the point.
Look, I'm talking about the time I was on that Truth or Consequences program.
Oh, what was you, a truth or a consequence?
Yes, Art.
Oh, that'd be too tough to get. Well, what happened?
So they asked me a question, and when I told them I didn't know the answer, they hit me over the head, and then they poured water over me and hit me in the face with a big pie and knocked me down on the floor. But the joke was on them, Bud.
What do you mean?
I knew the answer all the time.
Finnegan, you know, it's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Good time, George.
Yeah? Sometime you and I must take a slow rocket to the moon.
Anytime, Mark.
Okay, it's a date. Another one. What is it, Miss Duffy?
I have a question to ask you. I'm looking for a male viewpoint.
Miss Duffy, be honest. What you're looking for is a male period. But I'm gay today. What is it again?
Well, I'm taking this course in home economics. You know, how to be a homemaker.
Well, ain't that kind of counting your chickens before they're hitched? Now, what's the question?
Well, how much do you think a man should give his wife every week to operate the household?
Well, I think it depends to an extent on the wife's salary. If she ain't working, you got to give her a little of your own money. What they call a budget. I'd say that a fair figure would be $8 a month for food and maybe $6 or $7 a month for rent. Depending on how many rooms you have, of course.
Well, I'm certainly glad I'm not getting married to you.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Run a house on $15 a month. Huh.
It can be done if the housewife knows how to economize. For instance, when her parlor chairs wear out, instead of buying new ones, she'll make slip covers out of a couple of her old slips. She'll know how to embroider a bed sheet so it can also be used on the dining room table. A lot of little tricks, like how to clean out the ashtrays and carefully assort the butts according to size. How to sprinkle the paper flowers with toilet water so they smell real. But the main thing is, regardless of the money, a dame should remember that a man wants his comfort, that his home should be a home. Even the bathroom should look lived in.
Why, Archie, I didn't know you had such domestic ideas.
Well, I just got them recently, Miss Duffy. Oh, hello, Eddie. You back already?
Yeah, here's the soup.
Oh, thanks. I think I'll hurry up in the back room and put it on. She's liable to be here any minute. Well, Eddie, get a load of me. How do you like the new suit?
Well, pull down the shades and call me Sunset.
You like the color, Eddie?
Yeah, all of them. Let's see now. There's a green plaid over a red and yellow check with an orange pinstripe.
You don't think that it's too loud?
No, not next to that purple shirt you're wearing.
Well, aside from the color, what do you think?
Well, it's just a little skimpy, ain't it?
Skimpy?
Yeah, look at them pants. Whoever heard of anybody wearing pants that short?
Well, Eddie, how many men have legs like mine? I admit it. I admit it's a little tight, but it's beautiful material. Believe me, I can be seen any place in it.
Yeah. Just bend over and you'll be seen every place.
Well, forget about the pants. Look at the coat. Look at these shoulders. Walter Pigeon himself ain't got shoulders like these.
Neither have you. Wait a minute. You still got the price tag hanging on it.
Well, that's part of my system, Eddie. I jacked it up to $18. Wait a minute. Why should I kid the dame that I'm wealthy? After all, I got looks and brains and personality. Leave her love me for myself.
Sure, why not? You do. What's conceit?
What conceit? Eddie, if you really understood me, you'd realize that I don't think I'm half as good as I really am. Hey, look at that dame that just come in. What a stack of Esquires. Eddie, you know me with them Varga blondes.
Yeah, you're just an old Varga blonde lover.
You ain't kidding. I beg your pardon, miss. You're Peggy Lee, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Who are you?
3 guesses.
Well, let me look at you. Manny Moe and Jack?
Oh, go on, you're kidding me. You know very well who I am. Who did you come down here to see?
Oh, wait a minute. You're not Archie.
You want to bet? But let me look at you. You know, I expected to find you a chicory chick, but I didn't know you'd have so much chawan.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, the pleasure's all mine. Yeah. No wonder your voice comes out so good. Look where it's been. Why? I'll never forget the first time I heard you sing. You know, what a pair of pipes. Terrific.
Where did you hear me?
On the jukebox. Yeah, it was destiny, Connie. You know, I meant to play Spike Jones, but instead, I pressed you. It seemed like fate was guiding me very finger. I was so in love with you, Peggy, I played the record 12 times.
Oh, Archie, that's silly.
Silly? Look, honey, I don't know about you, but where I come from, playing a record 12 times at a nickel a crack is love.
Well, this is all very flattering, Archie, but what about the job?
The job? Now, wait a minute. You don't have to be standoffish just because I happen to be the boss around here. Hello, Duffy. Huh? Uh-huh. Well, look, I was gonna... Huh? Okay. Uh-huh. But look, Duffy. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Duffy's your partner?
Well, yes, but he ain't got nothing to say about the place. I'm the real figurehead here, you know. I'm the guy that you got to impress.
Well, then why is this place called Duffy's Tavern?
Well, I was going to call it Archie's Tavern, but me family made her and paid her, you know. They were kind of lousy with tradition, and they didn't want a name dragged through the mud. It was enough of a shock to them when I sullied myself with honest toil. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. You realize, of course, that you're bound to fall in love with me.
I am?
Well, why should you be an exception?
Now, listen, Archie. I came down here to sing a song.
To sing a song? Don't try to fight it, honey. Believe me, it's bigger than both of us. Admit it. You love me, don't you? Well, you must care a little. Well, at least you're intrigued. What would you like to sing?
Oh, something appropriate.
Something appropriate? Like what?
What more can a woman do?
Oh, yeah, that's the one you sang on the record. Hit me with it again.
If he told me that I should feel, I guess I would the way I feel. For this is one thing I know is real. What more can a woman do? And if he told me that I should lie, I guess at least I'd have to try. 'Cause it's for him I live or die. What more can a woman do? It's just another story of Jim or Bill or Joe. But when you really love your man, you gotta let him know. If he told me that I should leave, that's only one thing I can't conceive. I'd rather give and not receive. What more can a woman do? What more can a woman do?
Duffy, what do you think of her? Huh? Has she any way of getting home? Huh? You're coming right over. Look, Duffy, take a tip. Don't waste your time. No, very S-K-I-N-N-Y. Yeah. With B-U-C-K teeth. Okay, you're welcome, Duffy. Well, there's more than one way to skin a wolf.
Well, Archie, what did Mr. Duffy think about my singing?
Oh, what's the difference what he thought? What does he know about music? You mentioned Stradivarius to him, and he thinks you're talking about a violin.
But, Archie, the Stradivarius is a violin.
Well, once in a while he makes a lucky guess. Now, Peggy, leave us get back to you and me. What is it this time? You think I lied? You coming down to see for yourself what she looks like? But Duffy. Peggy, quick. Get your hat and coat on. Duffy's coming down.
So what? Is he so horrible?
Oh, look. When the boogeyman wants to frighten his children, he tells them Duffy will get them. Now, come on, leave us get out of here.
Oh, just a second, Archie. I'm not going to start to work here until I meet Mr. Duffy.
Why?
Well, after all, he'll be one of my bosses, and I feel I should be nice to him. I think I'll go fix my makeup. Let me know when he gets here.
That's dirty Duffy. Always lousing me up. Wait a minute, I'll fix him.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Duffy. This is Mrs. O'Shaughnessy. Sure, is your charming wife there? Thank you.
Hello, Mrs. Duffy. This is a certain friend that wishes to warn you that your husband has plans tonight for a candlestein meeting. Well, I called you up because I hate to see that beast take a lovely, frail, delicate woman like yourself and make a big, fat fool out of you. Huh? Okay, you're welcome. And crowd him one for me, too, will you? Well, that's that. Pretty clever, huh, Eddie?
Masterful. There's only one thing.
What?
Miss Lee says she ain't gonna work yet till she meets Mr. Duffy.
Okay. She wants to meet Mr. Duffy, I'll give her a Mr. Duffy. If I have to produce another hideous corpus. Man, let me look at you. This is going to be a dirty trick to play on the both of them. Look, Finnegan, here's what I want you to do. Eddie, why don't you join a minute, will you? you stop arguing with me?
But I don't look like Duffy. I'm more than Winston Churchill could.
I told you the dame don't know what Duffy looks like. All she knows about is his personality. So just act stupid.
Oh, do me best, Doc. But don't expect me to be as stupid as Duffy. After all, he's older.
Well, I'll take the gamble, Finnegan. Now I'll call her over and have you meet her. Oh, Peggy, this is Mr. Duffy.
How do you do? I'm Peggy Lee.
How do you do? I'm stupid.
Me junior partner is a great joshy, you know, Peggy. By the way, Junior...
what is it, Senior?
Did you go down to the bank today like I told you to arrange for that second mortgage?
Second mortgage, Oh, yeah, but they wouldn't give it to me, Arch.
Why not?
They only allow one to a customer.
What? You know, Mr. Duffy, you're almost as stupid as Finnegan.
Oh, yeah? You know, you can get a punch in the nose for a remark like that.
Please, don't forget you're talking to the senior partner.
Just a second, Archie. You know something, Mr. Duffy? I say, Mr. Duffy.
Mr. Duffy, the dame is talking to you.
Oh, yeah. What was you saying, my dear?
Well, I was about to say that I think you're very cute.
Oh, come on.
No, I mean it.
Oh, cut it out.
So tell me, are you married?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Well, I got a wife, but I don't like it.
Oh, Mr. Duffy, I think you're just precious.
Yes, he is rather a precious little slob, ain't he?
Just a second. You stay out of this, Senior.
Huh?
Miss Lee, I understand that you are a singer.
That's right. Would you like to hear me sing?
I'd be enchanted.
Now, just a second.
I'd rather you stay out of this, old man. Go ahead, Miss Lee.
Oh, poor
You said someday you'd turn the tide, and I'd be laughing on the other side. And you were right, baby. Baby, you were so right. You said someday the world would turn. I had some lessons that I had to learn, and you were right, baby. Baby, you were so right. I gave you a story, you gave me the gate. I wish you'd come back, but you say it's too late. I look kind of silly, holding this out, but I guess I'll hold it until you come back. You said someday you'd pass me by, that I'd be telling you just one too many lies, and you was right, baby. Baby, you were so right. And you were right, baby. Baby, baby, you were so
Marvelous, marvelous.
Marvelous. Look, Peggy, why don't we ditch this creep here? Maybe let's go over to Roseland and kick it around a little, huh?
Well, okay, but maybe Mr. Duffy would like to go dancing, too.
But we both can't go.
Well, then, maybe you better stay here since you're the brains of the business.
Now, wait a minute.
Senior, you heard this, girl. By the way, I'm a little broke, so if you don't mind, I'll take $5 from our cash register.
Now, just a second, Finnegan.
Finnegan?
That was my maiden name. Let's go. Good night, Senior.
Good night, Archie.
Holy cat. I created a Frankenstein out of a Frankenstein.
And so ends another chapter in the love life of Archie, the story of one man's fight against himself.
Boss's radio service.
Feel for a beautiful smile, the life of Riley for laughs. Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for a beautiful smile, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. And right now, it's the life of Riley. Well, the football season is here again, and that means that Riley's son, Junior, captain of the John J. Boskowitz Junior High School 11, is the most important boy in the world to Riley. Right now we find Riley giving Junior a few pointers for the opening game of the season tomorrow.
Now listen, Junior, the one you gotta watch is this fullback, Anderson.
Oh, Riley, will you please stop talking football and finish your dinner?
Yeah, just a second.
Daddy's right. Anderson's terrific at making passes.
Oh, don't worry. I'm pretty good at intercepting them.
Now, Junior, here's another tip.
Oh, Pop, quit worrying. We got a coach.
Oh. So you'd rather listen to the coach than your own father?
Well, why shouldn't he? Since when are you such an authority on football?
Hey, you seem to forget that I played quarterback for 3 years for good old MIT.
MIT? Why, Daddy, you never went to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
I'm talking about the Manhattan Independent Truck Drivers. We was tops in the Industrial League. We ran over everybody.
Oh, Dad. Oh, Riley, come on. I want to clear the table.
Hey, this is important. Junior's team has got to win tomorrow. Now, look, Junior, I worked out a swell play for you. I used to use it in the old days. You can give it to the coach with my compliments. Now, Junior.
Yeah, huh?
Well, pay attention. Now, here's the play. This salt shaker is the fullback. The knife here is the line, and this fork is the quarterback. Get the idea? And this jelly donut is the football. Now, watch what happens. The quarterback, that's the fork, scoops up the ball, that's the jelly donut. He throws it. It goes up, up, up. I'm under it, and I catch it.
Riley, you don't have to catch it in your mouth.
Well, what do you think of it, Junior?
Uh-huh. Think of what?
Junior, you weren't listening.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pop. I got something on my mind.
Well, Junior, that's terrible. Worrying before a game is the worst thing that can happen to you. Now, come on, out with it. What's worrying you?
Well, could you let me have some money, Pop?
Oh. Well, a little worry never hurt anybody. Now, this play...
Oh, but, Pop, I need some money real bad.
Well, okay, son. Here's 50 cents.
Oh, I need more than that.
Well, how much do you need, Junior?
$25.
What?
$25? Junior, you ain't planning to get married, are you?
What in the world do you want with all that money?
Well, I need a bike, and there's this new bicycle club, and all the other fellows belong, and Marilyn Morris.
Uh-huh. Your girl. Peg, I don't know what kind of a boy we're raising. All of a sudden, he likes girls.
Now be sensible, Riley. When you were Junior's age, didn't you have a girl?
Sure, but I didn't like her. I mean...
Aw, be a pal, Pop. I just gotta have a bike.
Riley, you did promise to buy him one.
I promised him a bike when he graduated.
But I need it now.
You just have to be patient, like I was. My father promised me a bike when I graduated from grammar school, and I had to wait 12 years to get it.
But, Pop, this is important.
Nothing's more important than that game tomorrow. Remember, everybody in John J. Boskowitz Junior High is dependent on you.
All right, don't give me the money. I'll get it myself, you'll see.
Junior, dear.
Let him go, Peg.
Oh, Riley, I think you were a little too harsh with him.
Well, it was for his own good. You can't play football and think of girls at the same time.
Oh, none.
I'm speaking from experience. In a championship game once, while I was tackling a guy, I was thinking of you. And I was penalized 5 yards for kissing. Come on, team, squash them like grapes and step on the pits. 3 cheers for John J. Boskowitz.
Mr. Riley.
Well, if it ain't Waldo Binney. I'm just practicing a few cheers for the game. How goes it, Waldo?
Oh, my sagging sacroiliac. I came out to the stadium by bus.
Pretty crowded, huh?
Crowded. I started to scratch my back when the woman next to me said, "Oh, what a relief."
Come on, Waldo. I got to see Junior before the game. Give him a little pepper talk. He's over in the locker room.
Oh, football is so exciting. I'll never forget the day I was carried out of the Yale-Cornell game.
Oh, yeah? Well, what happened?
Didn't have any ticket.
Oh, this way, Waldo. I think Junior must...
Hey, Mac.
Me?
Did you place your bets yet?
Bets? You mean you taking bets on this kid's game?
Sure. I'm laying 2-1 on Southern High.
Why, you... Beat it.
Okay. But you won't get no better odds from the other bookie.
Waldo, did you hear that? Bookies taking bets on a high school game. When gamblers move in, the game gets crooked.
Oh, Mr. Riley, look, isn't that Junior over there?
Where?
Well, he's sitting in that car there, talking to some man.
Well, yeah, that's Junior. Hey, I don't like the looks of that character he's talking to.
He's got a mean face.
Yeah, shifty-eyed.
An underworld type if I ever saw one.
What does a crook like that want with Junior? Maybe he's... Gee, I wish my ears were bigger so I could hear what they're saying.
Gosh, Dr. Whitaker, you mean you can't come to the team banquet?
I'm afraid not, Junior. I have to leave town right after the game.
Gee, that's too bad.
Yes, I'm going to miss it. I've been treating the team to a banquet after the opening game for 15 years now. But there's no reason why the boys can't have it without me. Now, I'll give you the money and you pay the restaurant.
Gosh, thanks, Dr. Whitaker. You're the swellest principal our school ever had.
That's because I'm the only principal the school ever had. Now, let's see. Where is my wallet? Oh, here it is. Now, here's 5, 7...
Well, can you hear what they're saying?
No, let's get a little closer.
Well, careful they don't see.
Shh. Listen.
19... 20, and 10 is $30.
Waldo, he's giving Junior money. $30.
Oh, my. A bribe.
A bribe? What for?
To throw the game, of course.
No, he won't take it. Not my Junior. He can't take it. He's got my blood in him.
Mr. Riley, he took it.
The poor kid's anemic.
Take care of everything.
Oh, sure, it's plenty.
Oh, Junior, how could you?
The game will be starting soon. Now, you go out on that field and, well, you know what I expect you to do.
I know, and I won't let you down.
See that you don't.
He's threatening him with violence. Why, that rat, I'll break him.
No, now, wait. Don't make a scene. You'll only incriminate Junior.
But he's a crook. He's leaving.
Well... So long, Junior.
So long.
Let me at him. Let me go.
No, you mustn't.
Hello, Pop. What are you doing around here? I thought
Junior,
you were...
listen. I got to talk to you.
Well, the game's going to start.
I don't care. Now, listen, son.
Junior Riley. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Coach.
I'll get down to the locker room right away. Come on now.
Okay, Coach.
Junior!
See you later, Pop.
But, Junior, wait! He's gone. Oh, Waldo.
Oh, this is dreadful. Dreadful.
My own boy. A bribe taker. After all I'd done for him. When he was a baby and he cried, I gave him my gold watch to make him stop. When he didn't want to go to school, I gave him a $10 pair of skates to make him go. When he had mumps and wouldn't lie down, I gave him 5 cents an hour to make him stay in bed. I can't understand it. Where did he learn to take bribes?
And only 13 years old, too. What'll he do when he grows up?
I don't care. I'm through with him.
No, but he's your son.
I'm through with him. I'll feed him, I'll clothe him, I'll send him through college, and I'll pay for his wedding. But after he's married, he's on his own.
But, Mr. Riley, the game will start soon, and he's going to throw it.
Come on, let's get out of here. To think that my own boy would sell his birthright for a mess of pot cheese. For a measly $30. If he wanted money so bad, why didn't he come to me? I would have... Oh, Waldo.
What's wrong, Mr. Riley? What's the matter?
It's all my fault. He did ask me, and I turned him down. The poor kid begged me for a bite, and I refused him. Why didn't I listen to him? Oh, I'm a beast.
No. Don't say that. Everybody loves you.
That's my trouble. I'm a lovable beast. Come on, Waldo, to the locker room. There's still time to stop Junior.
Yeah, what is it?
Coach, I got to see Junior Riley right away.
Sorry, no visitor.
But I got to see... Waldo, what'll I do?
You just got to get to Junior. He mustn't throw that game.
But they won't let me.
Oh, but you've got to think of some way. Come on now, think hard.
I'm thinking.
But use your brain.
Waldo, I can't do 2 things at once.
You must do...
I got it. This crooked gambler we saw is bribing Junior to lose the game. Okay, I'll bribe Junior to win the game.
Bribe him?
Give me a pencil, quick. I got to write Junior a note. Let's see, that gambler gave Junior $30?
Yes.
Dear Junior, I know what you're expected to do on that field today. Don't do it. Do exactly the opposite. I am enclosing $31 to make it worth your while. Signed, a friend. That ought to fix things.
I don't know. Now, maybe you
I know what I'm doing, Waldo. I'll put this in my pay envelope here with $31. It's 10, 25, 30, and 4 quarters. It's lucky I got paid today.
But listen, Mr. Riley, maybe...
There's no time. They're starting any minute.
Yeah? Oh, it's you again. I told you...
Yeah, I know, Coach. Please, give this note to Junior Riley. It's important. I'll wait for an answer.
Okay. Junior, here's a note for you.
Well, for me, Coach? Well, who brought it?
Oh, I don't know. Some dumb-looking palooka. He's waiting for an answer.
Hey, there's a lot of money in here.
What's it
I don't
say?
get it. Well, let's... Dear Junior, I know what you're expected to do in that field today. Don't do it. Do exactly the opposite.
What? Let me see that. Why, the cheap. Waiting for an answer, is he? I'll give him an answer. Come in here, you.
Yeah, much obliged.
Pop!
That's your father?
Well, yes, sir.
Oh, that beats everything. Trying to bribe your own kid.
Yeah, I was bribing him to...
So, you admit it?
Well, no, I don't admit
You wrote this note, didn't you?
Yeah, I wrote it, but...
You signed it a friend, didn't you?
Yeah, but I'm not really his friend. I'm his father.
Oh, Pop, what did you do it for?
Well, I can explain, Coach. You see, a little while ago, I saw my boy...
You saw what?
I didn't see him. I didn't see anything.
There's the whistle. All right, team, come on, boys. Everybody on the field. Now, make it snappy. Let's go here.
Boys, let's go now.
Just a minute, Junior. Not you.
Well, Coach, you mean I can't play?
Not until there's a full investigation.
But, Coach, I'm the captain. It's the opening game.
You heard me.
Now, just a minute. You can't do this to my boy.
I'll take care of you later. If you weren't the boy's father, I'd have you arrested on the spot. Now, get out.
No, let me explain. I saw Junior take... I thought the gambler was... I only gave him money to... You're hanging an innocent man.
Neil will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. Dental authorities say...
When gums are sore, brushing the teeth with toothpastes and powders which contain harsh abrasives is irritating. often makes things worse.
Heed that professional advice. Sore gums, tender gums, are often the first sign of serious dental trouble. They're nature's warning to watch out. When gums are sore, there are two common-sense things to do. First, see your dentist, and second, stop all gum irritation. At the first sign of tender gums, switch to Teal, the liquid dentifrice. Teal is good for tender gums because it contains no abrasives, does not irritate even the tender gum tissues. In fact, because Teal is a liquid, it reduces the irritating effect of the brush itself, authorities say. Teal lets you massage your gums gently. Once you've tried Teal, you'll want to make it your permanent dentifrice. You'll especially like the way Teal makes teeth look sparkling clean, the way it helps sweeten your breath and gives your mouth a refreshed, tingling taste. So, if gums are sore, see your dentist and switch to Teal. Better yet, don't wait for that warning signal. Get Teal now and follow directions on the package. Remember, that's Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the modern liquid dentifrice. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. A few minutes before the big football game between Boskowitz Junior High and Southern High, Riley got the completely mistaken idea that his son took a bribe to throw the game. When he offered Junior a counter bribe to win the game, he was caught in the act. Now Riley faces a charge of bribery, and poor Junior has been kicked off the team. The game is on, but Riley and Junior are still in the locker room.
Junior.
Go away, will you, Pop?
But, Junior.
Go away, please.
Listen, Junior.
The way I feel now, I never want to talk to you again.
You never want to talk to me again. I never want to talk to you again. Now listen to what I have to say.
I don't want to listen.
Junior, I want a little respect. Remember, I'm old enough to be your father.
Some father. Why did you do it?
Why did I do it? Why did you do it?
What did I do?
Don't try to braze it out. This is how you repay me. After all the years I slaved away to give you a better chance in life.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Look at my hands. Full of calluses working for you. Look, this callus paid for your tonsils. This callus straightens your teeth. And this little callus here, when it swells up, is going to send you through college. Why, I ain't even got one callus for my own personal pleasure.
Pop, all you ever do is get me into trouble.
I get you. That settles it. You and me are through. I want a divorce.
Well, I'm through with you. You'll see. I'm changing my name.
I'm changing my name, so don't pick the name I'm picking.
Don't worry, I won't.
Junior, wait. Junior, come back. Oh, Junior, come back. I can't live without you. What a life. I wish the earth would open up and swallow me.
I wouldn't say that if I were you.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Hello, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Digger, I feel terrible. Nobody's ever been as low as I am right now.
Would you care to bet?
I'm going to be disgraced, Digger. Nobody will talk to me. All my friends will drop me.
Not me, Riley. I've never dropped anyone. What's the trouble, my boy?
It happened right before the game started. Were you here?
No, I was delayed by some business that turned up. I got here right after the kickoff.
Well, my junior was thrown off the team. He did a bad thing.
Ah, boys. The dear little lads are invariably creating difficulty. There's a gang of hoodlums that have been annoying me. The other day they took a sign from the street and hung it on the door of my business establishment. Oh, I was furious.
Well, why? What did the sign say?
One-way traffic.
I was mortified.
So what Junior did was worse. He took a bribe to throw the game.
Oh, Riley, that's a dreadful accusation unless you have real proof. In my profession, we have a slogan. Always be sure of your ground before you start throwing dirt.
I saw him with my own eyes talking to this gambler.
Oh, the scoundrel. I'd like to lay him out. Oh, come, Riley, let's get back to our seats. They're starting the second half.
No, I've lost my taste for football.
Ah, football. The groans and moans as 22 perspiring youths attempt to capture 10 yards of territory that actually belongs to the city. I adore football. It's so gay.
Well, it ain't gay for me. You go without... Look, over there near the bench. The guy in the black hat, it's him, the gambler.
Are you sure?
Positive he's talking to the whole team. He's trying to bribe the whole lot of them.
Well, don't stand there, man. Quick, after him.
Yeah, come on, Digger.
Hurry, Riley. He's walking away.
I'll stop him. I'll bring him down with the flying tackle. Here I go. Got him! I got him!
Riley, you missed him. Take your head out of that water bucket.
What's the meaning of this? Who is this idiot?
This idiot's the guy who's going to put you in jail. Come here, you crook.
Take your hands off me. Coach! Coach!
Oh, it's that Riley. Didn't I tell you, Riley?
This is the rat. Listen, everybody.
Let go of me, sir. Unhand me, I say.
Come on, you four-flushing weasel, you low-down conniving crook. Tell the people who you are.
I am Dr. Winslow Emerson Whittaker, principal of the Boskowitz Junior High School. Now, my dear sir, what were you about to say?
May I leave the room? I wasn't driving him to lose. I was driving him to win.
Wait a moment. Let's have some discipline here. Don't you realize, Mr. Riley, that the money I gave your son was merely to pay for the banquet?
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You mean Junior didn't take a bribe? My boy is honest?
Why, he's as honest as I am.
What a revolting development this is.
How could you possibly assume for one moment that I was a gambler?
Well, it was your crooked face. I mean...
Well, at any rate, it's all settled, and your boy Junior's in the clear.
Oh, that's great. Will you put him in the game now, Coach?
Oh, will I? We're behind 7-6, and it's almost over. Go get him, quick.
Right away. Junior! Oh, I just remembered we had a fight. He ran away.
Oh, we've got to find him.
I'll go out and look for him. I'll comb the city.
Oh, there's no time. This is a fine mess you got us into.
I got it. I'll get Junior. We ain't licked yet. O'Reilly never says die until he's been dead 6 months.
And now there's only 9 minutes left to play, and the score is 7-6 in favor of Southern. It begins to look bad for Boskowitz.
Why doesn't Junior do something, Mother?
Bradford and Greenberg are playing a great game for the Boskowitz team, but they just can't seem to dent that Southern line.
Junior can't be playing a good game today. The announcer hasn't even mentioned his name once.
Oh, your poor father must be disappointed.
And now Boskowitz has the ball on the 50-yard line.
Announcer, give me that mic. I gotta talk.
Please, sir, we're on the air. Now the ball is snapped back.
I gotta talk. Give me the air.
Babs, listen to that. Sounds like some drunk.
Come on now, mister. Get out of here.
No, I gotta talk.
Okay, you asked for it.
This is Chester Riley. Take it over. The regular announcer accidentally walked into somebody's fist.
Mother. Oh, no.
Folks, if any of you see my boy Junior, tell him to come to the stadium right away. Junior, please come back. You can play. Peg, find Junior. Babs, find Peg and tell her to find Junior. Please, Junior, if you're listening, come to the stadium. And if you ain't listening, turn on the radio.
I don't understand what Junior doing.
Quiet, Ben.
Please, Junior, come back. Please, please.
Hello, Mom.
Junior, what's happened?
Why aren't you playing?
Junior, hurry up. We need you.
Oh, is Pop home? Then I'm going out.
It's the radio. Quick, go to the stadium.
What? You mean I can play?
Yes, hurry.
Junior, please, come.
Okay, Pop, I'm coming.
Junior, come to the stadium. There's only a minute left to play. Your team is going to lose unless you kick a field goal. Come to the stadium, Junior. Do you hear me? Come to the stadium. I'll raise your allowance, Junior.
Pop, am I in time?
Beat it, kid. I got to find Junior.
Pop, I'm Junior.
Holy smoke, television. I mean, Junior, it's really you.
Yeah, what happened?
Never mind. Quick, get out on that field. Kick that goal.
Okay, Pop.
Folks, stay close to your radio. My Junior just came into the stadium. He's going to kick that goal. You hear that, folks? That's my boy they're cheering. The game is in the bag for Boskowitz because that's my boy who's going to do the kicking. They're lined up now on the 18-yard line, and my boy is ready to kick.
Block that kick! Block that kick!
We can't lose now, folks. Not with my boy kicking. He's all set now. The ball snapped back to Williams. He holds it in position. And here comes my boy. There goes his foot, and he kicks it! And there goes the ball, up and up it goes. Hey, where's the ball? Holy smoke, he missed the ball completely. He's my boy, but he's got his mother's feet.
We'll be back in half a minute. Tender gums are a warning signal. Avoid further gum irritation. Change from toothpaste or powder to Teal, the non-abrasive liquid dentifrice. Teal not only makes teeth sparkling clean, but actually is good for tender gums. That's T-E-E-L, Teal.
Junior, do you really forgive me for thinking you'd take a bribe?
Oh, sure I do, Pop.
Thanks, son, but that ain't enough. I got to make it up to you, so I got you. Take a look on the porch.
Oh, Pop, a bike. You got me a bike.
Yes, sir. It's all yours.
Oh, well, where'd you get the money?
Well, I didn't. What's the difference? Try it out.
Oh, boy, it's a beaut. Hey, look, what's this painted on the frame? Property of the Daily Eagle. Well, Pop, this is one of the bikes the paper loans to their newsboys.
That's right, son. Wake me up tomorrow morning at 5.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invite you to be their guests next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix is currently starring in the Paramount picture 2 years before the Mass. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. The script was by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Schiff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow, Digger Odell is John Brown, Babs is Sharon Douglas, Waldo is Dink Trout, Dr. Whitaker is Pat McGee, and the coach is Ed Chandler. Remember, if you live in a community that did not observe daylight saving time, The Life of Riley will come to you next week 1 hour later. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week to The Life of Riley. And remember, for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
Ladies, the exciting news these days is Dreft. D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle that gets dishes so clean they shine, even without wiping. Yes, the first suds in history to wash even glasses so clean they positively sparkle whether you wipe them or not. You see, Dreft is different from any soap or soap flakes you ever used. It can't leave any streaks on dishes the way all soaps do.
Yes, and it's almost unbelievable the way Dreft cuts grease. It just seems to melt away.
Another thing, in water as hard as nails, Dreft makes suds instantly. Gives 5 times more suds than any soap you ever used.
Dreft is kind to my hands, too. It's just wonderful every way.
That's a fact. No soap in the world, no other suds of any kind, is the same as Dreft. Dreft, the amazing suds discovery that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Get D-R-E-F-T, Dreft.
guest again next week when Teal for a Beautiful Smile brings you The Life of Riley.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
If coffee makes you nervous, switch to Postum. The makers of Postum, the favorite mealtime drink in millions of American homes, present those two lovable old characters from the hill country, Lum and Abner. Every so often, it's a mighty good idea to check and triple check yourself. First, to see that you aren't forever talking to the children like this.
Quiet, children. If you can't play quietly, you can't play at all. I just can't and won't stand that noise.
Second, to see that you aren't always nagging grown-ups like this.
John, stop reading that paper and listen. You might pay some attention to me.
And third, to see that you don't feel sorry for yourself like this.
Oh, why do I have to be so upset and nervous all the time?
Yes, you really should check on yourself to see whether you have a tendency to behave in any one or all three of those ways. Because taken singly or together, little things like that may mean you've become what doctors call a nervous irritable. And maybe coffee nerves is to blame. So while many people can drink coffee without getting touchy and nervous, many others cannot. So if you think you have coffee nerves, switch to Postum. For Postum contains no caffeine or stimulant of any kind that could possibly set your nerves on edge. Postum has a delicious, mellow flavor that will really appeal to you. So if coffee makes you nervous and irritable, drink Postum instead. And in a couple of weeks, see if you aren't much happier and much less nervous. Get Postum from your grocer. There's a reason. And now let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, friends, you'll remember that early this week, the county seat newspaper carried an item stating that a widow in Texas would like to correspond with some kindly middle-aged man capable of handling a large estate with the object of matrimony. Well, Lum has sent off a letter and his picture in reply, and is now up in the clouds at the prospects of marrying into great wealth. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum over at the Jot 'em Down store talking with Abner. Listen.
I don't care what you do, Abner. Furnish a tourist camp any way you want to, but just leave me alone.
Well, I've got all this second-hand furniture that I took in on them debts back there in the feed room.
Well, take it on over there and put it in the cabins then.
Well, you said you never liked it.
Well, some of it's all right. Can't put that dining room set in there. Wouldn't be no room for a bed.
No.
You've got enough to fix up there 3 or 4 of them cars real nice. That folding bed will work all right.
Yeah, well, I don't know nothing about furnishing a tourist cabin, Lum.
Well, get Elizabeth to help you, or somebody. I've got enough to do without worrying over a little old tourist camp. Got to study these market reports.
Market reports?
Yeah, see whether stocks is going up or down or sideways or what they're doing. I've got to keep up with all that stuff now.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
The stock market, Abner. So's I'll know how to invest all that money.
Oh, what money?
This estate that Florence's husband left her. Bless her heart.
Oh, her.
What do you mean, oh, her?
Well, you ain't even met the money, the woman yet, Lum. Here you are trying to invest the money. You don't even know where she'll marry you or not.
It don't hurt to read up on these things. She said in the advertisement that she wanted somebody that knowed how to handle a big estate.
Well, what are you going to do? Just let the store here and the tourist camp go now?
No, but I've just got so much to do now. You're just going to have to look after them things yourself.
Well, now, if you think I'm going to do all the work around here while you sit around and wait till you hear from that letter that you wrote that winter, why, you're crazy. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I'll leave a down mint on you when me and her gets married. Pay you for all your trouble.
Leave a what on me?
A down mint.
Well, I don't know where I want that left on me or not. What is it?
Why, it's, you don't know what a down mint is?
No, I don't believe I do.
It's a down mint, you sure you don't know?
No, I never heard of it before, even.
Well, if you're sure you never, I think I can tell you. Down mint, Granny's you're hard to explain things to. You've heard of, it's something that rich people leave to people when they die. Money, I think. Like enough money to send somebody through school on, or...
Well, I don't want it. I wouldn't go back to school for nobody. I'd look fine sitting down there in a primer with all them young'uns.
Well, you don't have to go through school. I'll leave your money to do whatever you want to do with it.
Well, you better wait till you get it first.
Maybe I can get Florence to put up some money to buy some nice furniture for that tourist camp.
Yeah, well, we can't wait for her and you to get married, Lum, to fix up the tourist camp.
Well, quick as I hear from her and she accepts me, I'm catching the next train for Nashville, Tennessee.
Where are you going to get the money to make the trip on?
Well, with Saturday's business, we'll have enough money in the cash drawer for me to go to Nashville on.
No, you don't. No, sir. You ain't going to use no store money to go gallivanting around over the country looking for some woman you never have saw before.
Well, that's a fine how-do-do. A fine how-do-you-do, I must say. Me fixing to marry a woman worth $100 million, maybe, and you won't even let me take enough money out of the cash drawer to have the ceremony free-form.
Well, what if you get down to Nashville and don't like her, though, Lum?
I'm bound to like her with all that money. That is, we're needing money. I'd marry if she looked like a hippopotamus.
And you'd marry her for her money?
No, sir. Not unless I was in love with her. But what could a woman with that much money do to make you not like her? That's what I want to know.
Now, Swan Lum, I don't know what's got into you. This just don't sound like you. You've had some bad ones, but dogged, I believe this is the craziest idea you've ever had yet.
You ain't jealous because Elizabeth never had no money, are you?
Oh, for goodness sakes, no. Ideas. I knowed her a long time before we got hitched, though.
Well, maybe this is a case of love at first sight. I don't know.
First sight? Well, you ain't even saw her.
Well, no, but I told her to send me a picture of herself.
Yeah.
I sort of got her pictured in my mind, figured out how she's going to look. I got to looking through some moving picture magazines yesterday and picked one out I think she looks like.
Magazine?
No, a picture of somebody in there.
Oh.
Just tuition with me, might say.
Oh, Swan, to goodness.
I went all these years without getting married. Why?
I don't know. Never had enough nerve to ask him, I reckon.
No, sir. I believe my unconscious mind has been telling me all along that the right woman ain't come along yet. So I must have been waiting for Florence.
Why, you never even heard of her till you seen that advertisement in the paper the other day.
Well, maybe that's the way it's supposed to be. Kind of beautiful, ain't it? You just stop and think about it. Here I went all these years being a bachelor, knowing that someday the right little woman would come along that I could claim as my bride.
Yeah. If her husband hadn't died, why, she'd never come along, neither.
Yeah, that's too bad he had to marry her. Fate had to come along and get him out of the way just to bring me and her together. Tough luck for him.
Well, I've stood just about all this I can. I'm going on over to the tourist camp, sweep them cars out, and wash the windows.
Oh, sit down. I want to talk to you some more.
Yeah, well, yonder comes Squire's camp. Talk to him. I've got work to do. I can't sit around here and listen to you brag about how rich you are.
What about you, Squire?
Coming up on the porch there.
Oh, good. It's taking long enough to get over here. Come in, Squire.
Well, howdy, Squire.
Come on back.
Yes, thank you, Lum. Mrs. Kemp told me that you called over the place for me a while ago, Lum.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you, Squire. Wait, thought you was going over to the tourist camp, Abner.
Well, now, if you're going to make any deals with Squire here, I want to find out what they're... Half of this store belongs to me.
This ain't got nothing to do with the store.
Yeah, well, I'll just sit around for a while anyway.
Sit, I don't care.
Yes, well, what was it, Lum? What you want?
It ain't nothing secret. You're in the real estate business, Squire. Have you got any piece of property around here that a feller could build a big home on?
Why, yes, I should have something, I guess, Lum. How many acres do they want?
Oh, I don't know. A whole lot, though.
Yes, well, now, I've got that 40 acres old man Ludlow had over there on the big road.
No, well, that wouldn't be near big enough. I'm talking about hundreds of acres, 1,000 or 1,000.
Well, that's different. Let's see now.
How about the old Blackwell property over there? There's about 460 acres in that, Lum. And close to town, too.
I believe that's just a property I never thought about. They'd build a big southern plantation there with all kinds of servants' houses and flower gardens and waterfalls and all such things.
Why, yes, who's looking for the property, Lum?
Me, Granny.
Oh, for goodness sakes, did you call me all the way over here to talk a bunch of nonsense like that, Lum? Why, you couldn't buy enough wire to fence in the front part of that place.
Just wait a few days and see. Just for that, I won't even buy from you.
Aunt Lum's going to get married, Squire.
Get married?
Yeah, marrying a millionaire woman, he thinks.
If I didn't feel pretty sure about it, I wouldn't be going around looking at property and studying the market reports, would I? Old Kentucky colonel on a plantation. Arkansas colonel. Granny, get me a big hat and chin whisker and carry a walking stick.
Yeah, what's your race, Cedric?
Well, I didn't know about this, Lum. Here's a telegram, Mr. Lum.
Telegram? Granny's handed here. Might be from Florence accepting me.
What is that all about, Abner? Is he going to get that much money?
I don't know. I think he lost his reason, Squire.
Granny, listen to this, fellas. I told you I was going to get married. It says, I received your telegram day before yesterday and thought it was very nice.
Well?
Oh, your letter. I received your letter day before yesterday and thought it was very nice. I will be there Monday to see you in person. Love, Florence.
Well, I'll be dead blamed.
Well, maybe Lum isn't having pipe dreams after all. While there may be such a thing as getting too much sleep, I rather think that most folks are in more danger of getting too little. For isn't it true that often, after you go to bed at night, you just can't get to sleep? That something keeps you awake, tossing and turning? Well, maybe that something is coffee nerves. Well, there's no doubt, in spite of the many people who can drink coffee without losing sleep, that many others just can't. So think it over. And if you suspect coffee keeps you awake, switch to Postum. For Postum contains not one speck of caffeine or stimulant of any kind. And once you've been cheered by Postum's fragrant, heartening aroma and mellow, full-bodied flavor, you'll wish you'd treated yourself to Postum long ago. So, if coffee robs you of sleep, drink Postum instead. See if the change doesn't help, even in a few days. And after a fair trial, say for 2 weeks, see if the sleep you get doesn't make you mighty glad you switched to Postum. With us next Monday evening at this same time when we again visit Pine Ridge with Lum and Abner, who say, money may not buy happiness, but it certainly will pay car fare while you go looking for it. Lou Crosby speaking. And remember, Postum, your best bet for a good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Hugh Herbert. And now, our stars, Amos and Andy, and their guest, that wacky fellow of motion pictures, Hugh Herbert. Whenever Amos and Andy or any of their friends in Harlem need the services of a technical expert, they hurry to Fluky Harris's laboratory. Fluky is credited with a long list of scientific discoveries and inventions, none of which have ever worked. At the moment, Amos and Andy are in Fluky's laboratory to see if he has anything that will remove some spots from Andy's vest.
These spots ain't gonna be too hard to get out, Fluky. They ain't nothing but soup and gravy and soft stuff like that.
You know, Ann, they got a thing out called a napkin. Why don't you try one of them sometime?
Oh, Amos, napkins is no good. When I tuck one under my chin, it protects the center of my stomach from gravy, but it leaves my sides wide open.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, let me get my magnifying glass on these spots here.
Oh, look, fellas, there ain't nothing scientific about taking spots off. Fluky, ain't you got some kind of cleaner around here that you can rub a little on his vest there?
Yeah, I got something right here in the fruit jar. This ought to do it. Yeah, here, let me rub some of this on.
Yeah, go ahead. That's the idea. Say, that's great stuff, Fluky. Taking everything off clean as a whistle.
Yeah, I don't know what the stuff is, Fluky, but it sure looked like a great cleaner, all right.
Yeah, say, Fluky, while you're at it, can you rub them spots off my coat, too?
Yeah, well, Miss Anna, why don't you take the fruit jar along with you and clean the spots off at home?
Yeah, all right, I'll do that. You know, from now on, I might carry this jar along with me when I was invited out to supper. Then I can kind of sponge myself off while I was eating. Look, Kingfish, I've been here at your house now for a half hour. What's on your mind? Don't keep beating around the bush. Tell me what you want.
All right, and I want you to give me a clean-cut answer. Can you lend me $2?
No.
Well, that's clean-cut, all right. You know, Andy, I tell you what, I think a lot of you, old pal, and I want to...
Andy?
Oh, what is it, Sapphire?
I just tried out this cleaning fluid you brought in that fruit jar, and it's wonderful stuff. Where'd you get it?
Well, I got it from Fluky Harris. He done mixed it up himself.
Well, I've just been trying it on some stains that no other cleaner would even test. You know, I know lots of people that would pay good money for a cleaner like this, and I only have to use a little of it, too.
It's really good, honey.
Good? Why, it's the best cleaner I ever used in my life. Here's the rest of the bottle, Andy. Thank you so very much.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Andy, you say that Fluky done mixed that cleaning stuff up himself?
Yeah, he had it in that fruit jar there in his laboratory.
Andy, I think we got a business deal here that's going to make us a fortune.
How you mean, Kingfish?
We is going to tie up Fluky Harris and put that stuff on the market. If it's only half as good as Sapphire say, it must be wonderful. In 20 years that I've been married to that hag, it's the first time that I ever hear her say anything good about anything. Hello, Brother Andy. Did you get a hold of Fluky?
Yeah, I did. He's coming right over here.
Oh, good. Now, while you was doing that, I done been phoning a lot of chemical companies to sell the stuff to. Got one here called the Herbert Chemical Company. Oh, that's really red-hot butter.
Oh, yeah. They want to talk business, huh?
Oh, sure. I done talked with the president, Mr. Hugh Herbert, and he crazy about the idea. Yeah, this fellow, Mr. Hugh Herbert, is the leading chemical brain in the whole world.
How do you know that?
Well, he told me so. That's what he said.
Well, when are we going to see him?
Well, I got an appointment with him at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Soon as you get Fluky signed on the contract here, we can get right down there.
Oh, you got a contract here, huh? You think he's going to sign that?
Oh, sure. Why not? It's fair and honest to Fluky.
It is? Well, then why is we signing it?
Brother Andy, it just so happens that the fair and honest part of this contract happened to be on the short end. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good.
By the way, you ain't said nothing to Fluky about us being interested in the cleaner, is you?
Oh, no. Like you was saying, we don't want him to know that we is tying him up just to get control of the cleaner.
No, quiet, and here comes Fluky now. Come on in, Fluky.
Yeah, hiya, Fluky. Come in.
Hello there, and hello, Kingfish. Say, you boys want to see me about something? Yeah, Fluky. Me and Andy have been thinking this thing over, and we've been thinking what a great inventor you is, and how you ain't getting no place. Yeah, well, I guess that's right, all right.
Yeah, well, how would you like it if we was to make you a millionaire?
Yeah, I'd like that. If it ain't too much trouble for you. Now, look here, Fluky. All you got to do is to sign this contract. We got it right here. Let me read you the thing.
Yeah, listen to this now, Fluky. Go ahead, KJ.
Say, be it known to whom it may concern, and anybody else who is interested, including myself, that I, Fluky Harris, party of the first part, See there, Fluky, we're making you the party of the first part.
Yeah, that's right.
Declares herself to be almost equal partners with George Kingfish Stevens and Andrew Hogg Brown. Brown and Stevens is to get 95% of the profits and the remaining 5%. Hereafter known as the lion's share. Goes to the inventor, hereafter referred to as Lucky Fluky Harris. Yeah, how does that hit you, Lucky?
Now, wait a minute, though. Who gets 5% and who gets 95%?
Well, Kingfish, you better tell him.
Well, you see, Fluky don't make much difference because it all adds up to 100%, which represents the full partnership, which we've all. Everything is sub rosa on the deal.
There's some sense to that, all right.
Kingfish, reading the contract. Go ahead, finish it up, will you?
Well, to go on to say here, in consideration of giving the inventor this lion's share, the inventor gives his two partners the rights to all his inventions he has invented in the past 40 years.
Yeah, that's good, all right. The only thing is, I was only 35 years old.
In that case, you owes us 5 years.
Now, put a little ride on the contract here. Just sign right here, so just put your name right there.
Yeah, is this thing really legal?
Oh, sure it's legal, Joe. You see, it's got the Abbott corpus right there and everything.
Okay. I'll sign it then.
Yeah, well, do it right now, Fluky, because we got to get down and see a man by the name of Hugh Herbert.
Hello. Hugh Herbert speaking. Woo, hello. Hello. No answer. Hand me that other one, Miss Davis. Hand me the other phone.
Yes, Mr. Herbert?
Hello, Hugh Herbert speaking. Well, no answer on this phone either.
Mr. Herbert, you buzzed your own buzzer again.
I did? Well, I wonder what I wanted. What I want?
I don't know. You've been doing that for 5 years, and we've never found out.
Well, if I call again, please take the message.
All right.
All right, now let's get down to business. We're wasting time. Hand me my piccolo. Thank you. Can't understand it. Playing that piece for 5 years, but the last note never comes out right. Never.
Listen, Mr. Herbert. Mr. McGonigal, our general manager, is at home sick. I certainly think you should buckle down.
Good. Let's buckle. We'll buckle. Come on.
Shall we finish that letter you were dictating to Mr. Flugnuggle?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Flugnuggle. Woo-hoo. Funny name, Flugnuggle, sir. You spell it with one or two knuckles. What is it? Huh? Two. Good. Funny name, Flugnuggle. Funny. Of course, it isn't half as funny as Nutfluggle. That's right. Nutfluggle is a much funnier name. Come to think of it, maybe we better write this letter to Nugfluggle.
But you don't know any Mr. Nugfluggle.
Oh, don't I? That's too bad. Probably a very nice fellow. I tell you what. Let's write him a letter and tell him to drop in and we'll get acquainted, huh?
Mr. Herbert, we don't know such a man. We don't even know there is such a man. Now, getting back to Mr. Flugnuggle, I don't see why you want to write him a letter anyhow. You just wrote him one this morning.
Is that so? I did. Did he answer?
Mr. Herbert, it hasn't been mailed yet. Of course there's no answer.
No answer? Oh, read it back to me. Maybe I can answer it myself. Go ahead, read it back.
Mr. Herbert, I don't like to keep reminding you, but those two men are still waiting to see you about that cleaning fluid.
2 men? Cleaning fluid?
They phoned you this morning for an appointment. Coincidentally, while you were out at lunch, I had them demonstrate their fluid. We gave it all our usual tests, and they really got something.
Very, very thoughtful of you. I'd give you a raise, but you're making more than I am now.
Please, Mr. Herbert, this fluid is important. If you'll recall, at the last Board of Directors meeting, it was brought out that unless we get a cleaning fluid to compete with Parker Chemical Company's Spot Dough, our whole sales organization is going to be in trouble.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
So I show these two men in now.
Yeah. Show them in. Hand me my piccolo, and I'll march them in.
You may come in now.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Coming right in.
Oh, yes. Thank you, miss. Thank you.
Oh, I wonder why so many tunes end up with a sour note.
Mr. Herbert, this is Mr. Stevens and Mr. Brown. I was just telling Mr. Herbert that your cleaner may be just what we need to compete with Parker's Spot Dough.
Parker's Spot Dough?
Yes, Parker's are our biggest business rivals.
By the way, I'm going to call Parker and tell him we got a cleaner that'll put your Spot Dough right off the market. Will his face turn red? I wonder how he looks in red. Wait till I tell him what we got here.
And in the meantime, Mr. Herbert, I'll have the men sign the contract you told me to draw up and give them your check for $250.
Good. Oh, well, I tell Parker where to get off. Him and his Spot Dough.
Hello?
Parker? This is Herbert.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, I know something you don't know. We got a new cleaner that'll knock your Spot Dough right off the market.
Oh, yeah? That's what everybody says.
Yeah, when we bring this out, you'll be the forgotten man. Goodbye, Smith.
My name is Parker.
You see, I've forgotten you already. Goodbye. Oh, I guess that'll hold him. By the way, where's this new product?
I got it right here, Mr. Herbert. Let me show you how it works.
Yeah, we'll show you. Let's have that jaw, Andy. Oh, there goes the fruit jaw, Andy.
Oh, me.
Oh, what a shame. Too bad. Well, no use to crying over spilled cleanup. Just bring another sample.
Yes, and according to that contract you signed, you must also bring us the formula for the cleaner within 48 hours.
Oh, yes, ma'am. We'll have it here. Just don't worry about nothing. Wish Fluky would get back to his laboratory here so we can get that cleaning fluid sample in the formula.
Yeah. Only got 1 day left to get it, too. The thing we ought to done was to come here yesterday right after you busted that sample of Mr. Herbert.
Yeah, that's what we ought to done, all right.
Yeah.
We couldn't come yesterday, though. By the time we got that check and cashed it, we done split the $250, it was too late.
Yeah.
So, by the way, you lucky you ain't got a waif like Sapphire to take the money right away from you. She out spending it now.
Yeah, well, to tell you the truth, Kingfish, I ain't so lucky. What Sapphire is to you, the finance company is to me.
So your money's gone, too, huh?
The best part of it.
Yeah, well, everything gonna be all right when we,
Wait a minute.
Hello, fellas. What you doing here in my laboratory?
Well, we've been waiting here for you, Fluky.
Yeah, Fluky, we is here to get some more of that cleaning mixture you give Andy.
Yeah, cleaning mixture. I ain't got no more.
Well, you can mix up some, can't you, Fluky?
Yeah, well, I could if I knowed what was in it.
Yeah, well, just thought, if you knowed what was in it.
Well, let me tell you what happened. I had a lot of bottles on the shelf over the sink, and the shelf fell down and broke all the bottles. The stopper just happened to be in the sink, so I just scooped up the mixture and put it in the fruit jar.
Say, you mean that you didn't mix up that stuff to be a cleaner that just got mixed up by accident?
Yeah, sir, that's right.
Well, look, Fluky, ain't you got any of them busted bottles that was on the shelf? Can't you figure out what was in the mixture?
Yeah, there was 5 bottles that got busted. One was glycerin, one was alcohol, one was boric acid, the fourth was violet water, and the fifth one I can't remember.
Oh, me, Andy, we done spent the money.
Fluky, you gotta remember, we're gonna be in an awful mess. We gotta have that formula.
Yeah, and if we ain't got it, we is all liable to go to jail, and that includes the party of the first part, too.
Well, with some of the money already spent and Fluky's memory drawing a blank on that fifth ingredient, Andy and the Kingfish are really in a spot. We'll learn what happens in just a moment.
They'll ask me why, and I tell them There are dreams I must gather. Till we fasten the net, you held me tight. I'll always be near you wherever you are. Each night in every prayer, if you call, I'll hear you. No matter how far, just close your eyes, and I'll be there. Please walk alone and send your love and your kisses to guide me. Till you're walking beside me, I'll walk alone.
And now back to Amos and Andy and their guest, Hugh Herbert. Well, now the boys have only a little more than 24 hours to deliver the exact formula for their sensational cleaning fluid. A formula which even Fluky Harris, its accidental discoverer, doesn't know. The scene opens in Hugh Herbert's office, and his secretary has just come in.
Mr. Herbert.
Oh, come in.
Mr. McGonagall has gotten out of his sick bed because of this cleaning fluid deal, and he insists on seeing you right away.
McGonagall? Sounds familiar. Who do I know by the name of McGonagall,
Mr. Herbert, Mr. McGonagall has been general manager here for 40 years.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember him. Oh, yeah. Bring him in. I'll be glad to meet him.
Okay, Mr. McGonagall.
Thank you, Miss Davis.
Oh, it's you. What's on your mind? Anything wrong?
Anything wrong? Mr. Herbert, I promised your father I'd try to keep you from ruining this business. I leave this office for a few days, and you sign up for an unknown and untried cleaning fluid. You spend thousands in advertising this product will be on the market next month. You spend more thousands in cartons, labels, posters, advertising displays. You've got our distributors bellowing for samples and stocks. And not only do we not have any samples, we haven't even got the formula. Oh, no, there's nothing wrong.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Mr. Herbert, do you realize what you're doing to Herbert Chemical Company's reputation?
Oh, Mr. Herbert, those two men are here with the formula for the cleaning fluid.
Oh, good. Bring him in. You see, McGonagall, everything's fine. Come in, man.
Yes, sir, thank you.
You got the formula, huh? Got samples, too?
No, sir, we ain't got no samples, Miss Herbert, but we got the formula.
Yeah, the only thing is there was 5 things in the mixture, and right now we can only tell you what 4 of them is.
Look, let me see this formula you've got.
Yes, sir, Miss Herbert. Yes, right there. Got it all good out there for you, that you.
Glycerin, alcohol, violet water, boric acid. Why, these ingredients wouldn't form a cleaning fluid. You don't even state how much of each to use or how they were mixed.
Oh, no, it's easy. You just put 4 bottles up on the shelf with the 5th bottle that you don't know what's in it and knock them all down in the sink and you got it.
Yes, sir, and then scoop the mixture up in a fruit jar, and there you is.
Oh, fine, that's great. For a minute, I was afraid we wouldn't have a cleaning fluid to fight Parker's spot gold. Well, but this will be easy. I can knock the bottles off the shelf myself.
Mr. Herbert, keep quiet. And you two men, do you think you can fool me the way you have Mr. Herbert?
No, sir, no.
Well, you can't. And get this straight. You've signed a contract guaranteeing to produce the formula. You accepted and cashed our check for $250. Now, if you don't have that formula here by tomorrow noon, I'm going to jail you for obtaining money under false pretense.
So you see, Shorty, that's why me and Andy got to use your barber shop for a scientific laboratory. So if we can discover what the 5th ingredient was in the cleaning mixture.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
You see, Shorty, we've been over to the toy store, and we done bought this kid's chemistry set here, and all we need is your wash bowl and some of your shaving mugs. You might help us holding the mugs. I don't think none of the stuff is going to explode.
Oh, now listen, Shorty, we just got to find the 5th ingredient. Do you know anything about chemistry?
Oh, so I used to work at a drugstore. I was watching mix that you. I used to help a man once that he put. I was one of the smaller. What's chemistry?
Shorty, listen. Ain't you got no idea about something that'll take out spots?
Some of my customers claim that my hair tonic does. I know it takes out hair.
Yeah, now, the thing we got to do is to put 4 of the ingredients in a lot of the shaving mugs. Then we go along and add some chemicals to each one till we get it right. Now, listen, Shorty, you was all through for today. You go ahead home.
Yeah, this is a little dangerous. You better go on home.
But I don't mind if you. I'll be glad to stick. I can stay to if you don't want me to. I don't care if it explodes. Good night.
Well, Kingfish, I got all these bottles of chemicals ready. Now, what's the next thing? What you mixing there in the wash bowl?
Well, fixing a big batch of glycerin, the boric acid, alcohol, and violet water. Now, them is the 4 things we know is what's in the cleaning mixture. From now on, we're going to call this stuff NK. That's the chemical word for node quantity. Now, hand me one of them chemicals, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, here you is, Kingfish.
Now, let's see. The stuff really bubbling there, ain't it, Andy? Yeah. Rub some of this stuff on your coat there.
Yeah. Say, Kingfish, you know that brown gravy spot I had on there?
Yeah.
Well, it ain't brown no more. It's red.
Yeah, well, we'll keep trying, Andy. Hand me another one of them chemicals. And we'll keep this thing up if it takes us all night.
Look, Kingfish, look, I have got to get some sleep. Let's give the whole thing up. We've been here in Shorty's barber shop all night.
And I just as tired as you is, but we've still got 2 more chemicals to try.
Yeah, so far we done tried 28 of them, and what happened? All we done was turn that gravy spot 28 different colors.
No, I wouldn't say that. You got to admit we done hardened the gravy spot up a lot. In fact, it looked more like a button now.
Yeah. Well, here's one more. Pour some of this in the shaving mug.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Well, at least we won't have to rub that on my coat.
Yeah, if we could have held on to that, we might have had a new secret weapon there, you know.
Well, all right. Now, here's the last chemical.
What is it?
You say sulfuric acid.
Yeah, pour a lot of that in the mug there, son.
No. Well, at least that stuff don't hiss at you.
No, that's the first one that sounds friendly, ain't it? Yeah.
Yeah, now, wait a minute. Let me rub some of that on my coat lapel here.
Say, Andy, look.
Yeah, I just noticed them that the gravy spot done disappeared.
Andy, we got it.
Yeah.
We got it, Andy. Look here. Oh, that's perfect. Look here. Let's get down to Mr. Herbert right away.
Yeah, King. Wait a minute. I put on my derby here. Yeah. And let's bring along that last chemical.
Oh, yeah. We can tell him now that we got... hold it, Andy. Hold it.
What's the matter?
Your lapel is missing. Now, look here, Fluky. You will just got to remember what is in the 5th bottle.
Yeah, Fluky. If you don't, me and the Kingfisher's going to jail at noon.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to remember it, boys.
Fluky, Mr. Herbert's going to be here any minute. You got to think fast.
Well, I was thinking, let me see here now. It wasn't ketchup, and it wasn't shoe polish.
Wait. Mr. Herbert.
Hello, man. Have you got that 5th ingredient? If you have, good. If you haven't, shame on you.
Look, Mr. Herbert, Fluky here is trying to remember it now, and he's getting warmer all the time.
Yeah, of course, he ain't really steaming yet.
Yeah, it would help if everybody would be quiet.
That's right, that's true. A man can't think if there isn't quiet and peace. Even a woman can't think if there isn't quiet. Come to think of it, I never knew a woman that was quiet. Always talking, always gabbering, can't stand them. I married one of them. Wonder what happened to her. Haven't seen her around for the last 2 years.
Wait a minute. I think Fluky's getting ready to remember there. Come on, Fluky. Strain every brain in your head there. What's in the 5th bottle?
Well, I know it ain't vinegar.
Look, my good man. You've got to remember it. We'd be the laughing stock of the whole town. We simply got to have a product to compete with Parker. Yes, sir, we ought to beat Parker's spot going.
Oh, wait a minute. I got it. I know what was in the fifth bottle.
Good. What was it?
Parker's spot gold.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Gracie, that ends another broadcast. Now say goodnight to everybody.
Oh, good night. George, take me home and I'll fix you a nice turkey sandwich that was left over from Thanksgiving.
Have you still got any white meat left?
This turkey was all white meat.
How can a turkey be all white meat?
But if they push Thanksgiving a week ahead on you, you turn white, too.
Good night, all.
Well, we're off the air.
All fine. Quiet, boys. Quiet. I'm talking to the production man. Hey, Wayne, how was the show?
Well, it seemed like a good air show, but I thought the audience was a little slow.
Slow? I thought they were a great audience.
I thought they were rude.
Rude?
Yeah, every time I said something, they laughed at me.
Well, I don't know. I thought they were great.
Well, you should. They didn't laugh at you.
Well, I'll find out for myself. Wayne, is the record of our broadcast ready?
Yep.
Well, play it back, will you?
Stand by, everybody. Okay, sound man. From
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show with his orchestra for singing glee with a smooth stream. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston.
Folks, it's laugh night at your house with Burns and Allen. So listen closely. And you know something? You'll have no trouble getting your family up in the morning if you just take this tip. Open a can of Spam, cut off a few slices of this tender, tasty meat, and fry quickly in a hot pan. That delightful, rich aroma will bring the sleepyheads to the table on the run. Because Spam tastes so good and is so easy to use, it's a breakfast favorite in thousands of homes today. You like Spam's mouth-watering flavor, its juicy, extra goodness. Tired appetites wake up in a hurry when Spam is sizzling in the pan. Serve Spam and eggs, America's modern breakfast. Be sure to tell your food dealer you want S-P-A-M Spam. Get a can or two when you shop tomorrow.
Son, man, what happened?
Mr. Burns, you'll have to get a new needle. You know, a needle only lasts 8 months.
Well, how much does a new needle cost?
10 cents.
Have this one sharpened. Well, come on, everybody. We're going to rehearse next week's program.
No, I'm not going to do it. No, not me. I've got to go down to Bullock. I bought some open-toed shoes, and I've got to return them.
Gracie, you can return the open-toe shoes tomorrow.
No, I've got to return them now on account of my toenails are painted red.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, every time I walk down the street, it looks like a bunch of carrots hanging out of a bird cage.
Well, Gracie, first we're going to rehearse next week's show.
Oh.
You won't need me anymore, will you, Mr. Burns? Well, stick around. And, by the way, Jack, you played the part of the messenger boy in tonight's show swell.
Thanks very much.
And, you know, you weren't a real messenger boy, so you can give me back that quarter tip I gave you.
Okay. And here's the string.
Well, now, let's see. What do we do next week?
Hey, George.
Yes, Artie?
Can I have my check now?
Your check? Yeah, well, after rehearsal.
I want my check now. I got to take it to the bank.
Well, why do you have to take it to the bank?
It's too small to go by itself.
Well, here's your check, wise guy.
Thanks a million.
And here's your check, Bud.
Thanks a million.
And Senor Lee, here's your check.
Thanks, $1.10.
Quiet. And Gracie, here's your check.
Thanks a million. Oh, wait a minute. This is an insult.
$3,000 is an insult?
Well, look what it says on the check. Gracie Allen, $3,000 and no cents.
She gets a check for $3,000 and she's insulted. You know, Gracie, that's a neat little figure.
Oh, I know, and I'm pretty, too.
Well, never mind. We've got to rehearse next week's broadcast. Now, let's see.
George, I got a swell idea for next week's show. It's a play where boy meets girl, girl meets boy, boy meets girl's father, girl meets boy's father, father meets mother.
But all I've heard so far is a lot of meats.
Well, George, this is the Spam program, and Spam is a perfect combination of choice.
Well, I guess I'm a naughty boy. Wait, I've got an idea. Next week we can do a typical Hollywood program with picture stars, the Brown Derby restaurant, autograph seekers.
Autograph seekers? What's that?
What's that? Gracie, who are the people who are always on the outside and can't seem to get in?
The Republicans.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yes.
Look, George, why don't we do a kiddie program next week? I've got a cute little poem.
Well, let's hear it.
Okay. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Oh, yeah?
a nice little kiddie program. And, Artie, I've got a TL for you and that Senor Lee. When we were on the air a few minutes ago, I had one joke in the whole show, and you guys killed it by talking in on it. Why didn't you wait for my laugh?
What? The Mr. Crosby show?
Crosby isn't on until Thursday.
That's right.
Artie, tell that musician to stop with those wisecracks, and that goes for that whole broken-down band of yours, too.
Broken-down band, huh? It happens to be a symphony.
Yeah? Well, it may seem funny to you, but it doesn't seem funny to me. And wait! And that's without an audience.
Say, George, I figured something out. Next week, let's do a Jack Benny type of show.
Jack Benny?
Yeah, you know. That's the fellow who plays those small parts in the Rochester pictures.
Oh, yes. You mean Hillard's brother-in-law?
Yes.
Yeah. Freddie Allen Straightman.
Yeah, uh-huh. Now, I can play the part of Mary Livingston.
Yes.
And Artie Shaw can play the orchestra leader, Phil Harris.
Well, then he'll have to wave his hair.
No, he's got a baton.
Oh, he can wave that instead.
Let's see. Senor Lee can be Rochester.
How can Senor Lee be Rochester?
Yeah. Oh, too tall.
Yeah, he's a little too tall, yeah.
Now, let me see. We need somebody to play Don Wilson. Let's see. Bud Easton and the Smoothies can do that.
Yes, that's a nice fat part, yes.
And now, let's see. The only thing left is to get somebody as funny and clever as Jack Benny, and you're the only one left.
Yes.
So I guess we can't do that show.
I thought so. Hey, Smoothies, Babs, what number are you, Charlie, and Little going to sing next week?
Whispering.
Well, let's hear it,
All right.
Whispering while you cuddle near me. Whispering so no one can hear me. Each little whisper seems to cheer me. I know it's true, there's no one dear but you. You're whispering while you'll never leave me. Whispering while you'll never grieve me. Whisper and say that you believe me. Whispering that I love you. Whispering why you never will leave me. Oh, whispering why you never will grieve me. Whisper, tell me that you love me. Or swear it by the stars above me. I love you, I love you. I'm whispering that I love you.
Well, that was great, kids. They'll love it next week.
Thanks, Mr. Burns. Good night.
Good night, Babs. Good night, Charlie. Good night. Good night, Little. Good night.
Hey, George, which one of the Smoothies is Babs married to, Charlie or Little?
That's silly. Haven't you noticed that Little is the one who always holds her hand, helps her on with the coat, and opens the door for her?
Oh, I see. She's married to Charlie, huh?
Well, anyway, listen, everybody. I thought of a great idea for a new show. Hey, Jack. Jack Norton, come here.
Yes?
Jack, do you know how to do a drunk?
Can I do a drunk? I said that recorder. I was minding my own business, and a fella comes up to me.
Okay, Jack. Okay, Jack. Well, Jack, you've got the part. It pays $12.50 a week and all the spam you can eat. Now, let's see. We're going to do a restaurant scene, and I play a wisecracking owner. And Gracie, you're a waitress.
My sister Bessie used to be a waitress.
I know she was a waitress.
She got cross-eyed from watching the clock and looking under the plates at the same time.
Well, all right, Gracie, I'd like to start. Now, this is a restaurant.
Where are the tables?
There are no tables.
Where are the chairs?
There are no chairs. There's no customers. There's no nothing.
Business is bad, huh?
Yeah, business is bad, yes. Well, anyway, this drunk comes in, and he wants a cup of coffee.
But there are no tables?
No. And he sits down.
There are no chairs?
No, there's no chairs.
And he's drunk, huh?
Well, anyway, when the drunk comes in and he asks for a cup of coffee, you holler, boss, boss. And that's where I rush in and do my funny stuff, you see? Now, Jack, you go outside and open the door, and Soundman, you let him in. Okay, let's start.
Mr. Burns.
Yes, Soundman.
I'm sorry I can't stay for rehearsal.
Why?
You see, a group of world-famous explorers who were in my class at Harvard are waiting for me to take them down to the Union Depot.
Yes?
One of them discovered the North Pole, one of them discovered the South Pole.
Soundman, why do you have to take them down to the Union Depot?
Well, that's the only way they can find the place.
Well, you're staying right here. Now, come on, let's start. Now, don't forget, Gracie, when the drunk comes in and hollers, boss, boss, I rush in and I do my funny stuff.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Say, miss, I beg your pardon. Could I have a cup of coffee, please?
Did you say coffee?
Wait a minute, Gracie. What kind of acting is that? Why so weak?
Well, if you think I'm weak, you ought to taste the coffee.
No. Look, Gracie, when he says, Miss, I'd like a cup of coffee, put your personality into it.
Well, maybe he doesn't like it sweet.
Now, let's start all over again.
But
Come
George,
on.
I don't want to butt in, but if you want to make your restaurant a success, why don't you do what we do at home?
What's that, Bud?
Well, for Thanksgiving, we always stuff a turkey with Spam, and it's a delicious
You
meat.
stuff a turkey with Spam?
Well, sure. We might as well give the turkey something to be thankful for, too.
Well, never mind. Come on, let's get started. Now, don't forget, Gracie, when he comes in and he says he wants a cup of coffee, you holler, boss, boss, then I rush in and I do my funny stuff.
Yes.
Okay, Jack, let's start.
Oh, say, miss, I beg your pardon. Could I have a cup of coffee?
With or without cream?
What's the difference?
5 cents.
Well, come on, let's try it again.
Senor Burns, as a director, you're a regular Cecil B. Schlemiel.
You mean DeMille. Schlemiel means I'm a dope.
Absolutely correct.
Correct?
Yes. And now do you want to try for $32? Take it or leave it.
Marty, what are you going to do with that guitar player? He just called me a dope.
Look, George, don't get excited. He's a foreigner. He just repeats what everybody else says.
Yeah? Well, you can stop with those wisecracks, too.
Look, guess what my drummer says to me every time you tell a joke?
Artie, that isn't funny.
Absolutely correct.
Correct?
Yep. Now, do you want to try for $64? Take it or leave it.
Quiet, everybody.
Say, miss, I beg your pardon.
Pardon me, Jack.
Could I have a
Yes, Jack. I know. I forgot all about it. It's a sketch. Try it again.
All right. Oh, say, miss, I beg your pardon. Could I have a cup of coffee?
Well, Gracie, why don't you answer him?
I'm watching a customer play a slot machine.
There's no customer and there's no slot machine.
What's that? The jackpot.
I thought so, yes. Jackpot. I must be crazy.
Absolutely correct. Give the man $64.
Oh, quiet. Go ahead, Jack. Start again.
Say, miss, pardon me. Could I have a cup of coffee?
Well, I'm sorry, sir. You have to wait a minute. I'm folding napkins.
Folding napkins?
Oh, I love to fold napkins in the cottage. I used to be a baby's nurse.
Jack, let's start again.
Hey, miss, I beg your pardon. Could I have a cup of coffee?
Well, you'll have to wait. The boss is busy. He'll bring your coffee in a few minutes.
Chasing Sandwood?
They're chasing the cook.
Gracie, look, I'm going to cut your part down just a little bit. When the drunk comes in and says he wants a cup of coffee,
Yes?
you say nothing. I come right in and I do my funny stuff without you. Go ahead, Jack. Let's go.
Pardon me, miss. May I use your telephone?
What's that? You're supposed to be drunk. What about the coffee?
I don't need the coffee. This thing took so long, I got sober.
You did, never mind. Forget the sketch. Artie, what are you going to play next week?
I'm going to play What Is There to Say?
Well, all right, play it. I'm going into the control room and hear it. that number was very good. But your fourth violinist wasn't playing.
Well, he doesn't have to. He's my brother-in-law.
Well, good night, Artie.
Good night, George.
Good night.
George, say, I've got a little idea I'd like to try for next week.
Yeah, but, what is it?
Well, you see, George, people all over the country are singing the praises of Spam.
Yes?
And that's what gave me this idea. Now, look, I've fixed up this little ditty for the Spam Glee Club.
Glee Club?
Yeah, you and me, Senor Lee, and the sound man. And look, I'll start right here. Hey, where's that? Got an S there? Me, me. You like Spam, you bet you will. Serve a colder hot. 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 There's always be the coffee beat. It always hits the spot.
It always hits the spot.
Well, then, George, I'll say now everybody is singing the praises of Spam, the most popular new meat item brought out in a generation. A meat whose popularity is founded on flavor, a flavor folks really get hungry for. Hormel discovered this new combination of meats, a new and better way to season it, a handier package to put it in. Spam, S-P-A-M, is a combination of pork shoulder meat, sometimes called picnic by you women, and ham meat. There's the difference.
The difference?
Yes, George. Hormel uses the pork shoulder to make Spam sweet and juicy. Then the ham it takes to give Spam that extra goodness and flavor. That's why Spam really does taste better, fried, served cold, or baked. To make sure you always get this extra goodness, Spam tells you right on the label, pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Look for that sentence. Try Spam tomorrow. Just be sure you say to your food dealer, I want Spam.
Hey, that's swell, Bud.
But then we have the tag, the smoothie sing it. Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits it, but...
Oh, that's good. Well, that's okay, Bud. We'll do it next week.
Good night, Bud.
Oh, good night, Gracie. And say, you were positively terrific when we did tonight's broadcast.
Good night, Senor Bud.
Oh, good night, Senor Lee. You were very funny on tonight's show.
Good night, Bud.
Good night.
Certainly is a wise guy.
Well, so long, everybody.
So long, Senor.
Senor.
I certainly enjoyed the bread crust tonight.
Well, thanks, kid.
I've got a date tonight with a girl from Earl Carroll's Bonnites.
Bonnites?
One nighty she's with me, one nighty with Artie Shaw.
Okay. Good night, Senor.
Mr. Bird,
Yes, sound man.
do you mind if I leave now?
Oh, not at all, Howard. I suppose you're going out to take your scientific friends down to the depot?
Yes, we're going down to meet the honor man of our graduating class.
Is that so?
Yes, you see, our classmate, Frederick Hinsdale, delivered the valedictory address. He won the Harvard-Yale debate and won first place in the International Oratorical Contest.
I see, and he's arriving tonight, huh?
Oh, no.
No? Then why are you going down to the Union Depot to meet him?
He works there. He's the train announcer.
Good night, sound man. Well, Gracie, here we are alone.
Yes.
Ah, memories. Gracie, what does this empty theater remind you of?
Oh, the first time I saw you on the stage in Altoona.
Don't remind me of that. Remember the first act we did?
Yes. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long, long time ago.
Yes, even before Roosevelt.
Remember we did a routine where I said to you, Gracie, you're dizzy?
Yes, and I said, I'm glad I'm dizzy. Boys like dizzy girls, and I like boys.
Yeah. What you'd say, and you'd never stop. That really used to drive me crazy. Well, I'm glad it's over.
Yes, I'm glad that you're glad it's over.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you're glad that I'm glad it's over.
And I'm glad that you're glad that I'm glad that you're glad it's over.
You know, Gracie, you're still dizzy?
Yeah, I'm glad I'm dizzy.
I'm glad you're dizzy, and let's stop.
Well, I'm glad I'm dizzy because boys like dizzy
Quiet.
girls, and I like...
Ah, those were the good old days. Remember, Gracie, the first time I asked you to go to dinner?
Oh, I'll always remember that.
I didn't have a quarter.
But you still took me to dinner.
Do you know why?
Sure, I had the quarter.
We had flapjacks and coffee for 10 cents. Remember those flapjacks?
How can I forget them? They're still flapping.
Remember, Gracie, we were both trying to get jobs. 1 week I wouldn't eat.
And then next week I'd get a job.
Yeah, I can remember now how I used to tell everybody that someday I'd be a big comedian. But they all laughed at me.
Oh, they're not laughing at you now.
Yeah, it seems like yesterday when Lester Hamill, my agent, said, George, Get yourself a dumb dame and go into vaudeville.
But you got me instead.
Yes, and we started small, but I knew someday we'd get an opportunity. Remember we played the Myrtle Theater in Brooklyn?
Oh, sure.
Then we went to the Hill Street Theater in North.
Mm-hmm.
And Poli's New Haven.
Mm-hmm.
And the Gem in Philadelphia.
Yeah, the Bijou in
Schenectady.
Oh, sure, I remember that.
We did it all in 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, we were younger then. We could walk faster.
Remember, Gracie, in those days we used to work for peanuts.
Yes.
And now you're working for Spam.
Is that better than money?
I think so. Will you ever forget the day when we got a wire from Eddie Darling saying that we're booked into the Palace Theater in New York on Broadway?
Oh, George, that really was a thrill.
I'll say it was. I can see it now. The opening day. We were standing in the wings, frightened to death. The orchestra started to play our number. We were petrified. We couldn't move. Eddie Cantor pushed us on the stage.
Have you saw the roses in the garden?
Have you so? Gracie, what kind of grammar is that?
Who told you that ain't high-class grammar?
Who told me?
Yeah.
I seen it in a book where I live at.
Oh. Say, whom teach you to speak the proper language?
Whom teach me?
Yes.
Why, I can learn you how it should be spoken.
Oh. Well, I suppose you got your knowledge?
Yeah, I'll bet that's the color.
I think them colleges are a joke.
You do, huh?
I know how to use the English language, and I don't use no adverb for no noun.
But can you learn me how to parse a comma?
Oh, sure. Don't that grammar make you frown?
Ain't it fear some people don't know nothing?
Oh, sure. For adjectives, they use the plural few.
Them words is hard to use, but there's much worse.
But they don't trouble I and you.
Now we dance. Lump-a-dee-da-lump-a-dee-dee-da-da. Stop. Gracie, do you like me?
Oh, sure, Harry.
Harry? My name is George.
Oh, I keep thinking this is Tuesday.
Music. Stop.
George, my sister just had a new baby.
Boy or girl?
Well, I don't know, and I'm dying to get home and find out whether I'm an uncle or an aunt.
Stop. You know, a very funny thing happened to my mother in Cleveland.
Oh, I thought you were born in Chicago.
Music!
Them but they don't trouble I and you.
That's the finish.
They don't trouble I and
you. Well, Gracie, there'll never be a Palace Theater again.
No, I don't think so. Here, help me out with my coat, please.
There you are. Come on, let's go.
Good night, Miss Allen.
Oh, good night, dollman.
Good night, Mr. Burns.
Good night, Frank. Wait a minute, I'll give you some change. That's change here. Gracie, have you got a quarter?
Same old George.
Friends, do you really want to make your meal planning easier? Listening to George and Gracie each week, you've no doubt promised yourself you'd try Spam soon. If you haven't yet tried Spam, you're really missing something. Spam is the most popular meat item brought out in a long time. Thousands and thousands of families now use it regularly. Join them. Try Spam tomorrow. Use the recipes on the label. Ask for S-P-A-M, Spam, when you shop, and discover the easy way to serve good food.
Driver, turn right on the next corner.
Gracie, remember the Apollo Theater in Boonton, New Jersey?
Yes.
Remember the ventriloquist?
Oh, with that cute little dummy on his knee. What was his name?
Edgar Bergen.
Oh, good. Whatever became of him?
He's selling coffee.
Oh, couldn't get anywhere in show business, huh?
You know, Gracie, you're still dizzy?
Yeah, I'm glad I'm dizzy. Boys like dizzy.
Quiet.
Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Bud Heaston speaking for the Hormel Company, reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.